You're tuned in to Reimagine 2021. Yes, it is I, your friendly mutant, non-fungible, totally not boring, totally not 453, but rather 452 ape. As you know, I was born of a yacht club, and it's definitely easy to get carried away with exaggerating just how glamorous it is to go on weekend sails to exotic tropical islands and all of that. But trust me, it's not all it's made out to be. Sometimes you even have to cook for yourself in the salty air. The point I'm getting at is that we often glamorize that which is new and foreign to us, as long as it seems to be a solution to all of your problems. And this is true with the concept of decentralization. Although decentralization is helping the humans reinvent many of their outdated ways of living, it definitely comes with its drawbacks. Up next, we'll turn to see just what some of the common misconceptions of decentralization are, what it can do, what it can't do, but don't take it from me. I can do whatever I want. I'm a trust fund, baby, remember?
Right now we're in Times Square. Times Square is taken over by NFTs. We're sitting on some of the most incredible events that are happening, and the only way you can get in is if you own one of these digital assets.
Now one of these digital assets is for sale for $3.2 million. It's an explosion like nothing we've ever seen on the planet.
It's something that you can't actually see, but that's why we're here, because you can actually see it.
Wealth is being generated at massive amounts.
In the form of digital billboards, in the form of merchandise. Some don't get the benefit. With NFTs, everyone shares in the benefit of the upside.
We're in Times Square. We're talking about the Dirty Bird Flight Club, the most exclusive club, I think, in events right now.
It's a generative NFT project, 9,090 birds, all made by Birdcap, a legendary muralist and artist for us in 2020. We have a different artist every year in Dirty Bird. And all the birds kind of get you inside the Dirty Bird family, I would say. Yeah. I'm just really excited to talk to other people in the NFT community and to not be DJing the entire trip, just actually be talking to people and finding out about other projects and finding out different ways that we can expand our project through new technology and new ideas that other people.
So NFTs really give the opportunity to capture moments in time, to secure them with blockchain, crypto technology, and anyone can really own it, right, in a decentralized way. So this is really going to help a lot of photographers and underserved creatives, right, bridging the digital world, but also capturing real-world moments. A moment in time is about collecting the community spirit, and it's all tokenized in the digital form.
And into the forefront, make crypto mainstream, help people along the way, and create an amazing community. And have a fuckload of fun.
So I'm a collector, and I look for promising artists who really don't have the exposure that they should, and I offer mentoring and my advice and try to kind of be a kingmaker and connect people. So you have teams like OpenSea. I mean, we're here in the Edison on the rooftop, and OpenSea is one of the featured blockchain NFT platforms here. Polygon you can mint for free. They've implemented gas-free minting on ETH. And then you have platforms like Harmony One who have a huge grants program. So it's just people taking a chance, believing in themselves, and it's folks like us that have to grab them and tell them, you can do this, take a chance, here's a little bit of the walkthrough. You have a lot of collectors out there that they just want to buy stuff that they know is going to go up, established projects that are going to turn a profit quickly. You have to take a chance on new creators. And for me, the high that I get from that is the elation that they feel that they just have the first investment in their work, and that empowers them to get better equipment, that empowers them to be able to travel and to build. And who knows, one day I could turn a profit on that photo, but it's not about that. It's about really bringing that person in the space and feel that love. And they're gonna be adopted into the space forever, building and contributing, and hopefully, if they make some money, helping others.
You're tuned into Reimagine 2021, version 11, the #1 virtual crypto and blockchain conference. In this next segment, our guest speakers answer the question, what is a decentralized autonomous organization, or DAO for short?
Now let's talk about the rise of DAOs and the interest as it's been increasing. So as DAOs have been increasing both in value and size, what specifically fascinates you about DAOs?
Look, a DAO, or a decentralized autonomous organization, is a pretty amazing innovation in the sense of, throughout most of history of the Republic and actually most of Europe for centuries, was this idea that hierarchical structures were the way it should be, and that corporations should emerge out of those hierarchical organizations, and that ownership should be concentrated in the hands of the few to protect the masses from themselves, I guess. I don't know. I think what a DAO does, it flips that construct on its head, and that's an incredibly exciting, incredibly liberating, incredibly democratizing innovation. And there's so many things that we could talk about from the standpoint of why was it believed for so long that a king should be the sovereign, or that a corporation should be sovereign or in charge, or the government should be hierarchical, when the vote of a democratized economy or citizenry is supposed to count. But what we find is, well, okay, but it's a representative democracy, and maybe your representative doesn't agree with that vote and has been paid to vote a different way. So all kinds of things. So by having a truly decentralized organization, you bring ownership down to the participants in that DAO. You bring governance down to the members of that DAO. And there are haters who, I shouldn't say haters, there are naysayers who will say that, oh, well, you don't want that. Those people aren't qualified to make those decisions. Like, says who? Right? It's kind of like the accredited investor laws. right? Why should we, quote unquote, protect investors from making some of the best investments on the planet? Things like venture capital and private equity. Maybe it's actually a walled garden. We're not protecting the lower level people, we're protecting the upper end people so they get it all to themselves. And so when we think about who set those rules in place, the people at the top, maybe these structures that challenge the hierarchy are actually a pretty good thing, but the people in power don't want to lose that power.
Yeah, NFTs are amazing, interesting. We have yet to see, the amazingness that's going to come out. And you and I have been in this space for quite some time. As I mentioned earlier, we go to conferences, meetups. The crypto community is pretty tight. Everybody meets up somewhere, start talking about it, and you kind of fall down the rabbit hole. And you kind of form these groups. And one of the themes and topics of this conference for Reimagine is DAOs. So have you been following DAOs, and what fascinates you about these organizational structures, right, of human coordination, really, and having one common goal and kind of tackling things? What fascinates you about DAOs?
Yeah, so I think the underlying theme in the development of technology over the last 50 years has been a combination of Moore's Law, network effects, and now decentralization, right? And decentralization took us from the moon landing, which was a big monolithic centralized undertaking, to PCs, internet, smartphones, crypto. And as part of crypto, right, we've seen that money can be basically changed from the inside out. But what about the idea of ownership itself, right? And ultimately, companies are made up of owners. What if we could eliminate that idea and say that the smart contract that you're creating is owned by no one, and it's just out there, right? And that's this idea of a decentralized, autonomous organization, right? We just created, in partnership with a new alliance in Switzerland, a new type of token that was minted as an ERC20 contract with code created by people, owned by this alliance that sits on the private key, but that will be spun out at some point where there is no more ownership into a DAO, because all of the tokens will have been distributed, right? And the alliance will cease to exist, and the DAO will basically make its own decisions based upon a voting mechanism in the code, right? That via the tokens that represent the DAO itself. And so you're gonna see DAOs ultimately change everything, right? Think about autonomous vehicles. Why couldn't you have a car that was ultimately funded by, let's say, Tesla itself, put out into the public and said, eventually this car is gonna be completely autonomous. No one's gonna own it. It's gonna own itself. It's gonna drive itself around as a taxi and will charge money, right, to the public after Tesla has recouped its cost and made a profit. And then it will fix itself. And if it has to go to Tesla to get fixed, it will have a wallet to basically do, right? It will then figure out what to do at end of life and will just drive itself around and in theory be owned by no one. Why? What problem are we solving by saying, I have a car that I own that sits idle 99.9% of the time, just looks good in a driveway, as opposed to being driven around all day, right? Serving mankind for the better, right? So I'm just giving you one example, but this idea of an autonomous, unowned organization is going to change everything when it comes to how organizations are built, managed, and run.
So we've talked a lot about NFTs and just talked about how they could be in coordination with DAOs. But as DAOs have been increasing in value and attention, what specifically fascinates you about them?
I think they represent kind of this alternative to setting up like a formal entity, and they like have verifiable proof of ownership of these kind of like things, so to speak. So I think it's a great way for people to come together and quickly kind of have some sort of body that collectively shares value and wealth.
And what's blockchain's role within a DAO? If people are watching,
right,
what's the impact, right? How does crypto play into DAOs? How does blockchain play into DAOs? And DAOs have been around in the space for since,
the DAO.
Yeah, exactly, for quite, since 2014 maybe. Yeah. But what's blockchain's impact? How does blockchain allow DAOs to form.
Yeah, so I think blockchain is like an interesting enabling technology for DAOs, right? I mean, if you think about DAOs, it's basically community. But what makes it interesting on blockchain is now you have different components that are necessary to have these organizations in a trustless manner. So examples of that is like all the transactions are public, right? So basically you can see which transactions are happening across different address wallet holders. So all the transactions are public, which kind of makes it a lot more comfortable for regular people to trust, oh, this organization is kind of running it that way, because you can literally kind of see all the transactions that are happening. The other part is that, DAOs oftentimes involve some sort of a tokens typically. And then I think of like what blockchain enables is like, internet enabled transfer of information very easily. Through that, now we can do email, like Google search, even Uber, Airbnb, etc. I think of blockchain, what it enables is it enables transfer of value to be as seamless as transfer information was for internet. And what that means is that if I were to send you tokens, basically it's very easy to send you tokens. I just need to know your address, and like as a DAO, I just need to know like how many tokens we're going to distribute to you. So I think these kind of fundamental enabling technology of blockchain with these addresses identity, enabling basically utilizing blockchain as a technology to value transfer as seamlessly as possible, and then building that basically a smart contract to basically do it at a scale, I think makes it what's interesting for a DAO to be on blockchain.
Why do you think members want to join a DAO?
Well, you're already part of a community, and that community has some, it might be conceptual, but to you it's material thing that exists that you care about. And there's a lot of other people that care about it. You all care about it together. Isn't it nice to be able to together decide where that thing goes and decide what happens to it? It's just a flexible way of thinking about where to take something that you all care about together.
A common goal.
Yeah, a common goal.
Yeah, a community common goal. No, and you're right. And I think what's unique or what's interesting about DAOs really, when we talk about it, is that we're also used to like the Web 2.0. So like a lot of these websites, your FANGs, right? Facebooks, Apples, and they extract value out of you. So what DAOs do is really kind of give value back to the community, which is great. You're actually like socially, and you're earning based off of your social network, which we spend most of our time in our social networks, whatever that is, on a platform, in person, virtual. So one thing that we do on the tech side is we run validators, nodes, really kind of secure the network, governing, right, the network. Do you think in the DAO situation, humans, it's human coordination, social scalability, can we govern ourselves?
Can we govern ourselves? I think that the answer is it depends on what tools and structures and values that we have collectively determined we share and we're going to use to build things with. I mean, a lot of governments today, they are collectively governed by their communities of citizens, and whether or not they work great, they do work to some extent, so we can definitely do it. But I think what really fascinates me is how efficient can we make it? How much can we align it with the people in the community? How much can we align everyone in the community to be thinking in similar ways? There's so much opportunity there, I think, that we have available with the DAO.
And to kind of riff off of that, like, do you think these DAOs are scalable with the members? And that's proposals. These things are pretty, you need to be active, you need to be committed to a DAO for it to be successful. If everybody's contributing, you have, X amount of members, you have 10 core members that are, every day waking up, this is their job. Do you think it's a scalable opportunity, to put proposals forth, execute it, and kind of make sure that the community sticks to its path?
So by default, I think no, actually. I think that we can't just hop into a Discord server and get it done. It's not going to happen. But I think that we could all, for example, agree collectively that, okay, this is a real thing. I'm pretty sure that has been done before, not in crypto, but elsewhere, is we can say, okay, when a new issue comes up, we're going to set some criteria for who should be talking about the issue. And we're going to choose 20 random people that meet that criteria, and they're going to get together, and they're going to figure out a proposal, and they're going to bring it back, and they're going to summarize it for everybody else to vote on. So I think it's a big risk with DAOs is who is actually engaging these things and making the decisions, but there are ways that we can plan around them if we're intentional about that being a value we hold as a community, as part of a DAO.
And the token might play a role on the incentive side to align that goal with everybody and vote in or out, would you say?
I think, so this is actually, I'm really excited to see play out, because in some sense it's awesome that everyone is well, not even in theory, that by fact, a token holder a lot of the times in these DAO votes. They just are. And that means that everyone is, in a sense, aligned, that they're putting their tokens in a place where they want to increase the value of their tokens collectively. At the same time, I think that there is a risk there of how you think about the trade-off between the individuals in the community and the capital in the project. And for the moment, these seem relatively aligned, which is awesome, but I do wonder, as more real capital comes into the space, if we will not have to see more creative mechanisms of breaking up those two halves of control of a protocol and of a community in order to achieve the right results for the community members.
And what do you think about like the human coordination, these community members? Like, do you think that's kind of scalable? And do you think,
what do you mean about human coordination?
So these DAOs are a bunch of members and they're participating, you got to be active, they're contributing, they're being a part of it. So they're coordinating, right? Or logistically like coming together for a common goal, a community driven. Do you think that's like a scalable operation to kind of, hoard everybody together and see, as opposed to, hiring and do kind of going that route?
I don't know. Look, I'm not really following like that closely. And partly it's because I haven't heard like a really compelling use case for DAO beyond the fact that it's super cool. If once you start kind of depending on like a lot of people's opinions, one thing that we've learned how to do really well is influence people with propaganda and misinformation, right? And so if some bad actor, some foreign state could, make a lot of money by like convincing a bunch of people to vote the wrong way, I'm pretty sure they'd figure out a way to do that, right?
It's an experiment. And do you think these DAOs are scalable? You think we can manage to the capacity that a DAO can hold in terms of executing proposals, having like core contributors come in, participants? I do think that a lot of the members in the crypto space already have this kind of innate nature to participate and contribute and network and talk. And so do you think that DAOs are scalable in terms of putting proposals together and actually coordinating and making it happen in size-wise?
Well, I think we're still pretty early in the DAO revolution, but so far I don't think we've hit any upper bound of sort of maximum DAO size, maximum number of participants, maximum value in there. Though there has been a fair amount of innovation on the tooling side, where it turns out that these are complex software systems that are interacting with complex social systems, and therefore you need new types of infrastructure to manage that. And not surprisingly, the ecosystem is responding, and there's DAO management frameworks and DAO management tool sets that are emerging and quite frankly, quite popular. And so I know a bunch of people who are doing that stuff, and it's super exciting to see. And again, I think we're pretty early in this entire revolution.
And going off the real world, how will DAOs affect the borderless economy?
I mean, anyone can contribute. Like, that's the crazy thing right there. And it's like, you can be in Africa, you can be in the States, you can be in China, you can be in South America, and you can contribute. So you do have you have centralized governments and centralized economies, but I think this is speculation on my part, but stuff with conflicts in the offshore renminbi can actually this offshore renminbi can be integrated into a DAO, perhaps maybe not in China, but somewhere else, and then allow the general public, I guess I want to say global public, to interact together. So maybe China and the rest of the world being able to act together kind of via a DAO that may not be onshore in China, but it uses some of this a CNHC stablecoin to kind of interact between different worlds.
Can you sort of break down this power of community, how is it different than any other organizational structure that existed before?
Wow, I mean, like that's a good question. That's a hard question too, right there. You know, again, it goes back like how do you get into how do you get into an organization like if I want to work at like Facebook or Google like that, and like, you know, it's a lot of it's an old boys club first of all, right there. So you got to know someone, particularly, like, yeah, the skills and like in merit, of course, do speak loudly, but like you got to get in there, like you have to know someone together. You go through this whole process, and it's like it is very like hierarchical, you know, where a DAO is non-hierarchical, and again, anyone can contribute to these DAOs, and anyone like can come up and they can become a leader, you know, in some way because of their like literally merit based. Like they perform actions instead of just knowing someone, but performing these actions, and they can benefit, and like, you know, who knows, like they do one thing for one DAO, then like this DAO is fungible with other DAOs, and like kind of this whole network of things where, like, you know, it's a completely different, like versus just like Silicon Valley or something like that. You have a global network, you know, connected by DAOs, and people like taking their like immaterial labor and moving it back and forth between in some way.
Now that we've covered NFTs a bit, let's also talk about the rise of DAOs and the interest that's been increasing there. So as DAOs have been getting more interest and accruing more value over time, what specifically fascinates you about DAOs?
DAOs initially started as a way to change the organizational structure of a corporate effectively. I think MakerDAO must have been kind of the first one that I really was exposed to effectively and looked into. So to me it was like, oh, well, you can have people from all across the world, and you can actually not also have a corporation where you have this entity, actual legal entity that exists, but instead it's distributed through the token holders. And so that's what dictates ownership. And I think beyond that, it's really about how can you use that to create consensus amongst the people that are holding those tokens from a governance perspective is one approach. And I think that can go on where, like, maybe you can dictate the direction of the product, maybe you can dictate certain changes on how the governance is even done. All these different things are now in control of the people that are holding those tokens. Kind of like equity votes, but the thing that I've noticed about equity votes is it doesn't really have that sense of community. You kind of just show up to your, I guess, like brokerage account, or even if you talk to your broker to make a vote, you just do it almost. It's kind of like the best comparison I'd give is you kind of go into this black box and you just put a vote in and then you walk out. I feel like DAOs are more like you come into a big room and you've always been in that room for quite a bit of time. You know the people who are on the other side. You also have consistent calls, you have events, things like that. And so I think not only is it the technology, but also the energy around it. I think the technology actually is the more simple part. The community is actually perhaps the more sophisticated section of DAOs as a whole.
Definitely. I think in everyday life, we all have these badges, but it's just not verifiable, and you can't see it that way. So this is just a way to get you, verified access, and you could display it.
Yeah.
How do you think? What are some interesting other projects that you see that you think could not be possible without a DAO structure?
Yeah, interesting. I mean, maybe it's not about if it's not possible or not, because I think either side you can have entities that exist in a centralized manner or a decentralized manner. It's just a matter of like how you want to present yourself, perhaps. So I think it's all possible on either side. But maybe what's a more interesting angle to take it is with DAOs, again, it's kind of structured around that community. So you already have that vested interest on day one. It's also accessible to anybody who has an internet connection. So I think it democratizes that access. For better or for worse is a whole different discussion, but it does democratize that access. And so no longer are you supposed to wait for that retail IPO moment to get potentially into a project that you've really cared about for a long time. I think private placements, especially in the US, are super restrictive. You have to be an accredited investor usually, and that means either making $200K a year or having millions of dollars in assets, either of which are pretty hard to get to, especially if you're not making too much money. And so who's to say that someone who's making, let's say, minimum wage salary somewhere shouldn't be able to also have access to this asset class, which actually can provide much more upside opportunity for them.
Yeah, so can you talk a little bit more about like what happens in markets when you have kind of this idea of pooled capital distributed to like a decentralized group of people?
I mean, it's still experimental, right? But like we're seeing the buildup of these protocols in decentralized finance, where capital is put into a pool, people pool their money together, and there are smart contracts that are allocating that capital based on different strategies to earn returns for the users and for the people that have deposited into the pool. And that was not accessible before. Like you couldn't even imagine having something like that and being able to participate in that, especially at a global level. So it's basically leveled the playing field, right? That's the way that I look at decentralized finance. And anybody in the world now has access to an asset class that is going to bring them financial returns, and that is something that they were deprived of in the past. And so I feel like that's really powerful. And with DAOs, we'll probably see some really interesting models where you'll be able to, for example, get into different pools based on their risk profile, right? So if you have a high risk appetite, there could be a strategy that a pool is deploying capital with that is more high risk, whereas something that's a little bit safer, you'd be probably going into like stable pools or something like that. So there's just so much to be built around these, and we're seeing a lot of projects building around this kind of theme.
At Teller, we know your project is only as decentralized as your source of data. DeFi depends on oracles to supply real-world data, making it valuable infrastructure, but vulnerable to attack if centralized. Teller uses a decentralized data community, offering complete censorship resistance. Teller is a proud sponsor of REIMAGINE. Teller, data cryptofied.
Mutant Ape 452 here. You know, if there's one thing I know as an ape, it's that human beings can go a little bananas when they try to get organized into well-functioning communities without the right kind of leadership. It's just a fact of nature for the hairless degenerates that somehow, some way, the alpha gorilla, the CEOs, the presidents, the de facto leaders, more than often end up with too much power, and their centralized control becomes a single point of weakness. In that case, all that it takes to bring down the house of cards is for a single actor to slip on a peel. But one of the interesting developments in the world of crypto and Web3 is the emergence of what is called a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization, where no single actor is in charge and no single point of failure puts the livelihood of an operation in jeopardy. With the evolution of business reaching its modern apex at the birth of the DAO, it's now possible for entire communities to govern a company, a project, or the development of software, amongst other things. Stay tuned to find out more about this revolution in decentralizing technology. Ape into decentralization, folks, and opt out of the old school.
You thought DeFi was just a buzzword, did you? You thought you could remove our face from your books without a legitimate explanation, did you? Does a mask on Ben Franklin offend you? Or perhaps the symbolism frightens you, because it represents the end of your arbitrary decisions made in the name of elitism? Well, I've got news for you. The decentralized financial revolution isn't letting up, and we will not be silenced. The future is being determined under your nose. I suggest you wake up.
You're tuned into Reimagine 2021, version 11, the #1 virtual crypto and blockchain conference. Up next, our guest speakers talk about what excites them personally about DAOs.
What fascinates you about DAOs?
DAOs for me is basically it's a different way to organize and coordinate groups of people, and that to me is incredibly important. Whether it be the DAO that first started out, we saw sort of people come together, put in an incredible amount of money. I think it's at like that value would have been like 500 million or 600 million at this point. So an incredible amount of money to come together to sort of help the community. And I think now we're progressing to where there's an explosion of DAOs. We see so many different types of DAOs and communities with treasuries and organizing and coordinating. We see NFT DAOs, DeFi DAOs. Almost every large protocol is a DAO. So we really see the proliferation of DAOs really take hold.
Most people are used to FANG, right? Facebook, Apple, Netflix, Google, which is Web 2.0. Now we're coming into this Web 3.0 world where these traditional centralized institutions right now are extracting value from users. And now I feel like DAOs are giving users value back in governance tokens, in human capital, knowledge, social networking. And you're right, it is social scalability, human coordination. We're so used to validating blockchains. Do you think in governing blockchains, nodes, validators, miners, do you think we can govern ourselves in these DAOs?
I think that will be the challenge, right? The question will be, is it more effective to use a DAO in crypto than it is some other structure, like a traditional company? And I think we're seeing that it's more effective to have DAOs. Basically, it decentralizes power. It's a different thought process. So these people who are part of DAOs are learning an incredible skill set. And the successful ones, they're going to walk away from that, or they can move to another project and sort of spread their information of what they've learned and what works. And we're going to see pockets of innovation of, hey, I've learned this and we want to do it in this way, right? We should structure it in this way. And you're going to see what works and what doesn't work. And that's going to be iterated on to the point where they're very, very effective, in my opinion.
Can you sort of explain in layman's terms, like, why should people care about DAOs? How does it affect their daily life?
Well, I mean, like, it gives them a contribution, like in quantifying what they do, their immaterial labor. Like, it allows people, like, with any sort of, like, you don't need like a PhD or like an undergrad or whatever to come in and contribute to a DAO. If you got a good idea, and like ideas are like, everyone's got ideas, but like, it's hard for people to actually follow through on those. But if you just like, if you're like, okay, first of all, no education, or like you're just in high school or whatever, you can just come in and contribute and you can gain benefit instead of having to have all these like check marks, these ticks, like degree, like first world society, whatever, you want to do to be able to contribute to something. Anyone can come in and do it.
Been following DAOs for a long time, and just like any new kind of paradigm, there's some setbacks, and there's always been some growing pains, like in these types of things. But I think DAOs have evolved a lot. I think the most interesting thing about DAOs is the combination of both a governance structure where you actually have community-based voting. And then also the actual financial structure, right? So that community can actually, vote to allocate capital to certain projects. It can vote on people to run those projects. And kind of the combination of those types of things is really phenomenal in a fully decentralized way. I think there's kind of a misnomer that DAOs are like, yes, they're decentralized, but there's still people actively working on them, right? And they're groups of people, and that's what really a corporation is, just a group of people. It's some structure, and there's some centralization there. But if you kind of break it down into its disparate parts, that's really what a DAO is, without the formal kind of legal structure, right? And I think some of the downsides of DAOs, being, people say, well, they're how are they enforced in courts and everything? But I think the interesting thing is, cryptography and cryptocurrencies particularly, they're kind of run by the laws of math, not necessarily what I like to say, the flaws of man. Where the legal structure doesn't always favor the person that's just or right. Maybe it's the person that has more money, right? And they can just keep them in litigation for a long time. Where DAOs kind of cut to the truth very quickly. So I think the legal system needs to kind of catch up to be able to figure out frameworks on how to participate in these types of structures. I think it's ironic that most lawyers are really bad at math, and here you have these structures that are based basically on math. So I've always said that I anticipate that law schools will start to have curriculum based on smart contracts and how the legal system can actually incorporate smart contracts into their day-to-day operations. But I think DAOs are incredibly exciting. It's going to be a game changer, I think, for accessing, being able to access and lead projects and get funding. I mentioned before the Parity DAO, how they're using pools and fractionalization of NFTs to pool capital to go out and purchase NFTs. What I think is like incredible for increasing accessibility. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I like that, and you bring up some great points, and I'm glad you discussed that because, yeah, what is metaverse, right? Like, is Zoom metaverse?
Right. To certain degrees, it can be,
right? It depends on like where you're at. Are you immersed in it, or somebody's just not there and we're communicating?
Yep.
And I think there's a lot of these critical components that we're building, and of course, the technology aspect has to catch up, and I think a lot of that's going to kind of come full circle.
Right.
So NFTs have been on the rise for quite some time. Now it's obviously recently picked up and hit mainstream a little bit more. And various communities are starting to form, which brings us kind of to our next topic of this conference, which is DAOs. What fascinates you about DAOs? It's not only garnered attention, but robust communities and people contributing. Why do you like DAOs?
Yeah, to me, DAOs are interesting, and it's actually kind of the reason why I got into the space as well. I mean, if you think about blockchain as a technology, the reason why I got into the space is like not only blockchain technology interesting from a technological perspective, but it's also has a huge impact on like human interactions with each other, and then also has a lot of impact on societal, economical, I think, perspectives and frameworks, right? So I think DAOs are actually a good representation of that. Kind of think DAOs as like kind of a future form of organizations, and what it does in a sense is enables human coordination, right? If you think about anything right now, and like it's anywhere from like money to countries to government, companies, etc. If you think about everything, like the essence there is to basically organize a lot of these people to achieve a specific goal. If you boil it down into like what it's really trying to do as an organization. So to me, DAOs are interesting because it is trying to do that, but in a more efficient manner, basically. So that's why I think DAOs are actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, NFTs, the use case is endless. I think everybody's trying to figure it out. We've talked about NFTs with other speakers here on the enterprise front. You guys are leveraging NFTs, with the Pebble Tracker, collectibles and arts. And one thing that blockchain and crypto, core fundamentals, peer-to-peer, engaging one another in a trustless way. And now we have DAOs, right? And so DAOs have been around for quite some time, and even there's tens, hundreds of DAOs that are ramping up, and it's really just communities, people coming together for one common goal. What fascinates you about DAOs? Because currently, not only the narrative is strong, but the communities are robust, they're active participants. But how do you see DAOs and what fascinates you about them?
Yeah, I think the thing that fascinates me most about DAOs is it's the purest form of human collaboration, right? Fair human collaboration, when I think about DAOs, right, I always break it down into each of the three words, right? Organizations, we understand what organizations are, right? They are groups of people and assets and resources that are compiled together to achieve a certain goal, most often making profit for shareholders. Nonprofits have other goals, right? But these are organizations in themselves, right? What does it mean to have a decentralized organization, and what is an autonomous organization? It's important to think about what these words mean, right? Decentralized means there's no single owner of this, right? You can have certain weightings based on how much you contribute, but it's all contribution based, right? There's no head honcho from day one. It's all you get in what you get out what you put in, right? And that's in itself is a very, very powerful concept, right? The autonomous portion, I think about it more as all the rules are already written, right? There's no way to change the rules except by everyone agreeing to the change in rules. And that is where the fair aspect and open source, honestly, aspect of it comes into play, right? So if we have these organizations that are fair, trusted, and not owned by anybody, it really paints the picture for what life could look like down the road, right? To me, DAOs represent a really important evolution in how humans interact with each other, right? Before, we always have to ask permission of some central operator if we could do this or that, right? Now we have a system where the community of contributors will review what you've contributed and attribute value based on what they think independently, right? These independent thoughts that are aggregated, and that's the voice of the DAO, right? Across investments, across governance, across even running traditional enterprises using DAOs today, just getting started.
And I think that is a drive currently with artists, musicians, right, trying to engage closer with their supporters, the people, their fans. And so appreciate kind of that response, and we can kind of see how that's now going into the enterprise side and how they view it. The new recent boom as well in the market that we're seeing are DAOs. DAOs have actually been around since the early days of crypto blockchain. Same thing, they're coming around full circle. What fascinates you about DAOs?
I'm incredibly excited about DAOs. I think they're going to be transformational, not just in our industry, but in every industry. So for us, my expectation is, first of all, at EY, we are participating in DAOs, we are contributing to DAOs, we are building DAOs for clients, and DAOs are going to become our clients. And in the process of doing this, honestly, they're going to break a lot of the standards and rules and experiences that us as a large enterprise have serving other private enterprises.
Extracting value from the users, you kind of just touched on that. Maybe collaborate a little bit more where these DAOs actually give you value of being part of this community as opposed to them taking it from you.
Sure, well, first of all, the tokenization of anything, right, means that we can create ownership structures that interoperate with this metaverse, right? The metaverse meaning whether I'm interoperating with like Ready Player One type of model or with my actual surroundings when I get on the ferry and using my NFT ticket, right? I now have autonomous organizations that I can interoperate with in real time, right? And I can just, all I have to do is write code that enables that, right? And that's why, software is ultimately ruling the world, because I can literally change legal structures that have been around for hundreds of years that don't actually help anymore in this new tokenized economy, and replace them with something that gives the power back to the people. That's what's so beautiful about the tokenization of everything, is it's a furtherization of this movement towards decentralized systems that puts the power back in the hands of people.
So we've talked a lot about NFTs. Now let's get into the movement with DAOs and decentralization and everything happening there. So as DAOs have been increasing in value and getting more attention, what specifically fascinates you about DAOs?
I mean, the concept behind DAOs is really fascinating. Until now, we had the ability for communities to form on Web 2.0, for instance, and share ideas and share content. But for the first time, those communities can now go and participate in building financial products, for example, right? And having a say and a vote in a really meaningful way on the direction of a company or a direction of a project. It could be even treasury management, it could be features to build, it could be really like detailed decision making where that model never existed before. And if you talk to a few of these community members, what I've realized at least is they feel so much more loyalty towards that product where they're involved in the DAO somehow than they feel to any other products and services that they've been using. And there's a reason for that, because they're never making a decision on or involved in a meaningful way in any of the services that they're interacting with or products they're interacting with. So it's a really powerful way to bring together a community across the world who believe in a common vision, who want to participate in building something together. And I feel like that is just a fascinating idea, and I'm super excited for the products and services and things to be coming out of that.
As DAOs have been increasing in value and size, what specifically fascinates you about DAOs?
Well, okay. So as we know, like how big tech exists right now, shareholders, very centralized. It's usually like, there's the leaders, the board of directors, and the shareholders. It's very, the control of an organization, whatever you want to call it, is limited to the few, probably the privileged few too. So if you can get in into an investment early, or you have the money to even to straight up buy shares, enough shares, of course, to have to make a difference, in governance and whatnot. It limits significantly participation from the general public. So DAOs enable communities to come together. Anyone can come in, and I like to use this term immaterial labor, quantifying what that is. So if they perform something that's value within this DAO, and then they can contribute to it, and they contribute to the governance and the guidance of where this DAO may go. So it's really just taking it from a very centralized, select, lucky few and opening it up to the general public. Super good for anyone, especially emerging markets too. It's anyone can participate in these things, and anyone can make their mark, quantify their immaterial labor, and and do it, and grow, become wealthy, become well known, whatever they want to do, whatever their goal may be.
So now let's talk about DAOs, right? As DAOs have been increasing both in size and value, what kind of fascinates you about DAOs?
What fascinates me about DAOs are trying really hard to solve one of the oldest problems that we've ever had, which is human coordination. You can think about all the various different ways that we have tried to coordinate individuals historically. And doing that locally, I think we've cracked in some ways. You understand, if you're part of, a platoon, you have a hierarchy, you have a lieutenant, and then you have kind of how that flows down. But now try to do that remotely. And that's kind of the world that we live in now, where you're going to have people in New York City and Miami, and you're going to have them in Paris and Berlin, you're going to have them in San Francisco. And all of these teams need to coordinate. And they need to do it in a way that you don't have one single person leading the whole charge, but that everybody's intelligence and their minds and their enthusiasm is captured to be able to move that project forward. And that really is a fascinating challenge to pursue. And the reason is, we have seen several different times that when DAOs are able to capture the collective intelligence and the collective enthusiasm of their participants, they can outperform almost every other organizational structure. It's hard to capture them, don't get me wrong, it's very hard, but investment DAOs can outperform traditional investment mutual funds or groups. They've outperformed hedge funds. They are one of the most lucrative ways of participating in the crypto ecosystem. So we can use that not just to make money through investments. I think that's a boring application of DAOs. What I think is an exciting application of DAOs is using that to out-innovate our traditional corporate overlords, for lack of a better term. Really be able to show that we're disrupting you, not just in the technology we're producing, not just in the products we're putting out to market, but also in just how we get things done. And I think that is incredibly interesting and fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it's better incentives, and I think that's really going to produce better community members and higher quality. What specifically interests you about them?
DAOs, it's very cutting edge, I would say, new way to collaborate for collaborations, and maybe, very cool use case is just for fundraise as well, because you kind of fundraise and you have organization in place. So yeah, this is really interesting, like experiments are going on, but everything is very new, everything is changing rapidly, so there is no like straightforward path how to actually at least like govern DAO properly, and even worse situation with legal part of things, so how to connect this DAO to legal world, and yeah, how to do this properly. It's also like everything is changing like every 6 months.
So are DAOs inclusive? And what I mean is companies and institutions are operating one-on-one, confidentiality, business deals, been doing that for a long time. Now we have DAOs that are coming in structured, as you mentioned, public goods, investment DAOs, all types of DAOs that allow actually more people to be a part of something through governance, through human capital, and forming their decisions and all voting. How do you are DAOs inclusive?
I think DAOs have the potential to be more inclusive than other types of organizations, but I want to emphasize that it's still at the stage of potential rather than reality. So the concept of DAOs is amazing. It is more transparent. It's more open. It allows for more inclusiveness. However, the reality of the blockchain community is we're still a relatively homogeneous group. We're a relatively kind of small organization that's not that particularly diverse. And we have another issue, which is that so far, a lot of DAOs have fair and reasonable rules, but they're all different and they're all quite complicated. And one of the things that regulators have done that's actually really positive in the world of securities is they've standardized a lot of the ways in which we think about, compare, and report on information. And standardization and simplicity are good for inclusiveness. So I think if we can take some of the standardization that we've got in the world of securities, right? Standard formats, standard reporting, standard disclosure rules, standard treatment of minority investors, and apply them to the world of DAOs, which is more inclusive, kind of opportunities, more openness, more transparency, then we will have a recipe for something that will be much more inclusive and really transformational. So I'm excited about the potential, but I'm not just going to assume that it's going to happen without a little bit of effort on our part to make sure they are truly inclusive.
And how does EY provide that? Going back to how you are getting involved with DAOs.
So we would like to see a world that is much more inclusive, right? One of the Chainlink hackathon that we were sponsoring and supporting was actually a big role of that was supporting women in blockchain. So when we say inclusive, we mean inclusive of minority shareholders, inclusive of less representative groups and organizations and people, and with fair, more transparent rules and vision. So I hope we're bringing some of our experience and some of our thinking about that in the rest of the world into the blockchain ecosystem and joining with lots of other people in the blockchain ecosystem who really want the same thing and the same good outcome.
So one thing within this community, you've been in it for a little while, so is we go to meetups, we go to conferences, we talk about Bitcoin, we talk about crypto, technology, and it's all like communities, right? Like making friends, networking, collaborating, contributing, partnering, which kind of leads me to our next topic of this conference, which is around DAOs. What's your take on DAOs, and like, are you fascinated by them?
Yeah, I think this is actually one of the areas in crypto I'm most excited by and I think are most promising. The ability to just like digitally have a neutral platform where people can decide on things together is really powerful. And then B, the level of experimentation that we can do with DAOs compared to like starting a country and then making a constitution is insane. And I'm very excited about the degree of experimentation we can see and where that can lead us as these communities, as we start building more with DAOs.
Now, do you think there's going to be interaction between a DAO and a DAO and traditional businesses all kind of interacting and doing business?
Sure, it's just software, right? So you can write contracts today for NFTs and DeFi that interoperate with each other, both running on Ethereum, right, which is the platform that this all runs on, right? Or you could have organizations written as DAOs with smart contracts that interoperate with each other, or DAOs that interoperate with NFTs and DeFi and any combination of that. Again, it's just software, right? And so we've just started to test with money that has no owner, like with this idea of MakerDAO, where you can do lending right? All different types of organizations. I have a friend's company was just spun out. They decided to shut the company down over an 18-month time frame. Software is going to be open sourced, a token within the software that gives you certain rights, and the whole company is going to be turned into a DAO. It will live on forever because they realized that there was more value to extract in owning the tokens that provide the services to the people than in owning stock in a named company.
Yeah, so we're talking about all these communities, NFTs providing communities access, engagement, and that's kind of the underlying core of blockchain in general. It's community, it's peer-to-peer. You know, I've been going to these networking events for quite some time, meeting everybody, and now this social networking thing, DAOs are forming, which DAOs have been around just like NFTs for a few years. It's not just recent, but the boom has been picking up, and there's various DAOs coming out, investment DAOs. But what fascinates you about DAOs? I know you're following them.
Yeah. So DAOs are actually why I got into blockchain. I started following Bitcoin, I think in 2011, and started actively getting involved and owning Bitcoin in 2013. And then when Ethereum launched, I was just captured by the ability to create new business models. Yeah. And the way you create new business models or democratize businesses are through smart contract enabled structures that essentially act as a coordination tool and like a understood set of rules amongst many people for different use cases. And so for me, I was captured because of this concept of being able to do something that, one, is better for all the users, it's better for the world. Two, it's just technologically interesting. And three, something that actually does those two things, and everybody can make money doing it. It's actually can be a positive net sum gain instead of needing to, like, a middleman extracting as much value as possible. It created this new dynamic that captured me, and so I've been incredibly fascinated with DAOs since 2017.
But what are some projects or use cases that you see that would be more effective coordinated through a DAO?
Oh, that's an excellent question. More effectively coordinated. So, I mean, the simplest one is the ones that people are doing already, but they just don't know it, which is anybody working in open source software is part of a DAO. Like anybody who's a bounty hunter who's going over to Gitcoin and going over to GitHub and tracking down these bounties to create new open source software and releasing it into the wild, and then they get paid on their work, they're basically working in a DAO. That's what it is. There's a little bit of tooling inside there that they're not, taking advantage of, but that's what a DAO is. So that is an easy win, right? Open source software, everybody's a DAO. Some of the other things that are organized as DAOs, but we don't realize it yet, churches, one of them. Your Masons, your local Masons, your Rotary clubs, your Lions, all of those social clubs. They come together, they pool resources to do something. The thing about churches, which is really interesting, is not only do you come together, pool your resources, but you all share the common conviction, that common faith, that common belief, whatever it happens to be. That is core to how a DAO would work, ideally. And the thing that could be great about having a church become a DAO is the massive transparent accountability that church organization would have if they were organized as a DAO. So let's start making all churches DAOs. I think that's a great pitch.
Definitely. And can you go a little more into that? Like, what do you think are some of the competitive advantages that DAOs have over centralized organizations?
I think the main advantage is you now have this narrative that makes sense and aligns stakeholders effectively all across the board. When you have a corporation, the narrative from day one, at least traditional corporations, the rich get richer and the powerful get more powerful effectively. That's a narrative that has existed since the beginning of corporations. It's also been perpetuated even further, especially with the last couple of decades as kind of the financial industry, tech industry, and all these things started to take hold. So it's obviously worked for some time, maybe for a select few. And now if you flip it on its head, DAOs now could potentially work, maybe not for everybody, but for more people. And I think that's where it's stronger, because then you can really earn the hearts and minds of people much more quickly, as opposed to when you IPO and you're not even earning that many hearts and minds there, I think.
Definitely. I think that's fair. But what are some competitive advantages to setting it up, a structure with a DAO, as opposed to traditional centralized structure?
I think, I mean, I'm not like an expert on this kind of stuff, but I'm pretty sure with like a centralized kind of entity, you have to assign like board members and people. There's like people in control, and then there's other people beneath it. I think DAOs function similar to like public companies, where you have like the board and the core members, and then you have like the majority shareholders. And then you have like the rest of the community who might have like smaller ownership or like less amount of tokens, NFTs, et cetera, whatever the membership is. So I think those two are comparable, whereas like an LLC or like a sole proprietorship or like S Corp, C Corp, those kind of things, I don't know if there's like, if a DAO represents like the best substitution for those kinds of things, because a lot of those like maybe aren't shared ownership. But if you're trying to do something that's like collective, community-based, like a shared ownership project, almost like a cooperative. It's like an internet cooperative. I think then a DAO presents a great opportunity and like vehicle for that. But otherwise, you might want to go with like a regular entity.
Stay tuned. We're about to wipe the floor with this one.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vair. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
You're tuned into Reimagine 2021, version 11, the #1 virtual crypto and blockchain conference. Our experts ponder the question of what DAOs mean for government structure in this next segment of REIMAGINE version 11.
In the future, do you ever see governments or countries utilizing this structure similar to a DAO?
I think that's a tough question to answer. I think I don't personally really see it just yet, just in terms of how behind people are already on any crypto-related regulations. I think DAOs would be something completely different that they just couldn't wrap their heads around and would find that would take a really long time for government officials and governments to, I think, be open to the concept. But I think with Web3, something Web3 has taught me is like never say never, right? People have been doing so many crazy things, and there's so many things that are being done right now that I would have not thought possible a year ago. So I want to say my answer to that is maybe, but my personal view was probably more leaning towards no.
Definitely, I think that's fair. But what are some competitive advantages to setting it up a structure with a DAO as opposed to traditional centralized structure?
I think, I mean, I'm not like an expert on this kind of stuff, but I'm pretty sure with like a centralized kind of entity, you have to assign like board members and people. There's like people in control, and then there's other people beneath it. I think DAOs function similar to like public companies, where you have like the board and the core members, and then you have like the majority shareholders, and then you have like the rest of the community who might have like smaller ownership or like less amount of tokens, NFTs, et cetera, or whatever the membership is. So I think those two are comparable, whereas like an LLC or like a sole proprietorship or like S Corp, C Corp, those kind of things, I don't know if there's like, if a DAO represents like the best substitution for those kinds of things, because a lot of those like maybe aren't shared ownership. But if you're trying to do something that's like collective, community-based, like a shared ownership project, almost like a cooperative. It's like an internet cooperative. I think then a DAO presents a great opportunity and like vehicle for that. But otherwise, you might want to go with like a regular entity.
Definitely. So it might not be for everything. And you know, one important aspect of DAOs is, of course, governance. So what effect does distributed governance have on free markets?
That's a good question. So basically, there's two kind of routes. There's like the DAO idealist route, I think, where there's perfect shared ownership. Everyone kind of has like equal shares, like voting is like evenly distributed. It's perfect. The community also is like invited in, and maybe like founders or like core contributors maybe don't have like that much of a leg up in like voting and governance rights than like community members who are able to like buy in from the market and contribute and vote. Oftentimes that's not the case. It's really difficult to get to that unless you have like a very clear like tokenomics from the start that sets it up for that. But even then it's difficult to maintain that framework. And in a lot of cases, I think the fear and like what a lot of people have seen is when it's too community owned, things might not get properly done. Or maybe the community votes to throw a party and you know at NFT NYC and wants to drain like 250K from like the treasury in order to throw this party. Like maybe the core founders are like, no, this is like an awful idea, instead of like using that money for development. But maybe the community is like, no, this is an excellent idea. We have no idea anything about building companies or structures or whatever, like developing like the platform. We just want to throw a party. So I think there's like pros and cons to both. I think like the ideal setup, and I think a lot of people will agree on this, at least from what we've seen so far, is that there's like the DAO functions similar to a public company where there's the board and the decision makers and like core shareholders, and they kind of make informed decisions on like product, roadmap, like executing on things. And those are also subject to the community vote as well, but might not have as strong of a weighting. And then the other option, I guess, would be to like be fully decentralized, but there's like a high risk of like a lot of people don't vote or like participate in governance. And so if you have like a fully distributed thing, you might end up having like unequal weighting in like a fully decentralized kind of route, or maybe like people don't know what is actually best for it or can make informed decisions from like a professional and experience-based standpoint, and are just kind of like, you know, if I'm a doctor and you're like an artist in a scenario, and I'm trying to prescribe a medical diagnosis, like, does it matter what you think I should be prescribed, like diagnosing like my patient? Probably not, because you probably don't know anything about like all these complex different illnesses and what could be possibly going wrong with them. And I think the same thing is kind of true for like DAOs as well. Like some people might not have any idea what's up, but might just be voting because they're like, yeah, this is cool. And they have the right to do that. But it's good to like have a group of people that can make proper decisions and that are maybe voted in by the community to make those decisions, to kind of like handle a lot of that governing. And that's kind of like how our democracy functions too.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, you know, as communities gather, the effect it really has. And kind of going into that, can you sort of explain what effect will distributing governance to communities, what effect will that have on the markets?
You know, the positive view is its true democratization, right? The owners of the entity have a say in how it's run. So instead of the nameless, faceless corporation and the senior executives taking all the wealth and having the greatest wealth and income inequality in the history of mankind today, maybe that trend goes the other way and we start to push value down, because I would think the community would vote to enhance the community's ownership stake than rather siphon it up to the CEO, probably, or the crony boards. Now, some would say, but maybe those participants aren't qualified to make those decisions. There's actually some truth in some of that. I mean, not everybody has the same level of education or knowledge or understanding of the technology and the structure. But at the end of the day, I think a broader distributed ownership is more likely to make good decisions for the benefit of that community than people at the top of the corporation. You know, history tells us that absolute power corrupts absolutely, and that distributed power liberates. So I think there's so many examples where that power has siphoned up to the top of traditional organizations, and it's been bad. And I think the idea that maybe there will be some examples that don't work out in a DAO first world, which I guess Tyler Ward coined that term, so I have to give him credit. But in a DAO first world, maybe there'll be some examples where it doesn't work out. Fine. I can point to plenty of corporations where it hasn't worked out very well.
Definitely. And you know, on the note of democracy, do you think distributing governance will create a more democratic market?
I think so. I think the more it's distributed, the more democratized the whole system gets. Now, maybe another thing is, so we're not having just a conversation of being super bullish on this stuff. Another side to it, I think, is voter turnout in elections, which I think is the most important thing for a lot of people, is still really, really poor for a variety of different reasons. Same thing with equity shareholder votes. The turnout there is also not that important. And if you think about it, you go, well, how come it's not important when it's your money or your future or your leader who's going to decide your future, right? Well, there's so many different, probably small reasons that lead up to the one reason or another as to why someone doesn't go up to the voting polls and vote. So that's where with DAOs, I think it's the same tension exists. Just because you have this new streamlined voting structure doesn't mean that the voter turnout's going to be really strong. So I think that's up to the community and the projects that are developing these things to make sure that this voting structure continues to be more streamlined. So perhaps from the infrastructure layer, creating better tooling, perhaps if it's something as accessible as something like an application on your mobile device, that might create better turnout. Another side of the spectrum with community, maybe it's like if you vote 3 times in a row, 4 times in a row, you unlock another tier where you're upgraded in that community and you have a new accolade or maybe a new NFT that has value or something like that, where you're seeing kind of where I'm getting at. It's like, how do you build more resilience to this DAO structure with like kind of tacking things on a little bit?
And you know, kind of looking for, so what do you think are other metrics do you think need to move for DAOs to really go mainstream?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just growth as a whole of the ecosystem. The bigger this ecosystem gets, not just with NFTs, but just any on-chain asset class, the better. It kind of is like rising tides lift all boats type narrative. So I think that's always something that most people in the industry, especially those that have been in it for a while, really care about. It's like, we're all part of different projects at this point, but when Bitcoin does really well, all of a sudden it brings everybody together and it's kumbaya again, it seems. Same thing with DAOs. I think that's what you need first and foremost. I think the second part is really smart and talented groups of people to come together and figure out how can we stretch this farther? How can we make sure that the distribution of tokens is as egalitarian as possible and democratized, making sure that there's not concentrations of wealth. There's plenty of mistakes that have been made and plenty of also correct decisions that have been made. That's like one potential example. Another side is, well, once it gets to a point where, let's pick the example of DAOs where it's a kind of like a membership token. Let's say you have a membership and it's first virtual and you have a Discord and you have all access to this community and network. Well, great, but now what? What's next? So how do you transition that and grow it further? And how do you properly communicate that to the community members? So it's basically like, long and short of it is, how can you have a strategy pre-launch and then making sure that you can have something that sustains decades, if not centuries, hopefully. And that's, I think, the way people should be thinking about this type of technology.
What effect does distributed governance have on markets previously controlled by centralized players?
Yeah, so distributed markets and decentralized networks, I think, are going to change the way that we think about interacting with each other online from a market perspective. So, centralized markets originally, they were the ones that are in control of people's ability to transact. They create trust between two individuals or two organizations. They take a large fee for doing that, and no one else is incentivized or incentivized to be the one to help them be able to make those transactions. And so with a decentralized market and decentralized governance of that market, what I think you're doing is you're able to allow people who are participating in the market to also be beneficiaries of that same market. So, by running or by participating in like a liquidity pool, for example, you're able to create liquidity for other people to use for lending. And all of a sudden, now the person who is providing that liquidity is actually incentivized to do so in a very more maybe democratic way or fair way. Whereas before, I'd say the centralized authority would be the one that ends up being the biggest beneficiary of providing that liquidity to the rest of the users within that same network. And so it's dissolving this intermediary and allowing participants to actually be the beneficiaries. And I think that's that's sort of the biggest shift that I'm starting to see.
Totally. I love this idea of shared incentives and really being incentivized to contribute to something larger. But can you kind of break down, just for everyday people, why should they care about governance and how could it benefit them in the future?
Yeah, I think governance is really important, and specifically the decentralization of governance is important because it allows for fair decisions to be made. Having decentralized governance means that no individual entity has more control over another, and decisions have to be made together. So, there's various versions of governance that you can have. One where you've got, a dictator, for example, that's making all of the decisions, which is one end of the extreme, all the way through to the other end of the extreme, which is completely decentralized governance, where they're decentralized across time and geographies, jurisdictions, their special interests. And I think the closer that we can get to full decentralization of governance, the better off we are in terms of creating a fair place for people to be able to interact and engage.
Regarding like human coordination, and as you mentioned, everybody's coming together. We're used to, at the moment, governing blockchains, nodes, validators. Do you think we can govern ourselves in these DAOs?
So I have this saying, right? It's easier to move bits than it is to move atoms. So it's way more easy to write code and ship code than it is to convince human beings what to do, right? I have this saying, you know, that it's always easier to move bits than it is to move atoms. Where, you know, bits, it's much easier to write code and ship code than it is to convince human beings kind of what to do, right? Or coordinate human beings. And DAO is a perfect example of that, right? Where you kind of a collision of, you know, actually code meeting like people that are, you know, making decisions based on, you know, on behalf of the DAO. So it's almost like a digital kind of cryptographically enforced version of like activist shareholders, right? So Carl Icahn being the most infamous example of that. Now everyone can become a Carl Icahn, right? If you have a participating vote as a governance token holder in a DAO, you can now, if you disagree with what's going on with the DAO, you can vote, right? And you can convince people in a digital online community to vote with you, or, you know, and there's a lot of things that can happen there. So I think it's really, really interesting. But like you said, like coordinating the people, that's still a problem. And DAOs don't necessarily solve that. They might actually make it more complicated in some ways, but at least it gives, you know, people a voice, you know, to be able to kind of give an example of like what they actually want.
And kind of relating to startups, like, well, first of all, do you think these are going to be the new legal structures, you know, organizational structures moving forward, these entities, as opposed to like an LLC? It's not going to be one or the other, but you know what I mean? Is this going to be another option, alternative to just form a DAO rather than, you know, go this traditional route?
Yeah, it's really interesting. So, you know, I think some of the community, even like in Findora has been discussing, you know, we recently announced a $100 million ecosystem fund. And, you know, I think the community definitely wants to form that as a DAO. You know, the steps to create a DAO are actually quite complicated, especially when you're looking at that much money, right? You know, and the structure and how it's formed, the actual security of the DAO contract itself. There's a lot of moving parts there. So we're kind of sifting through and trying to figure out how to do that. Now, will it replace the legal system? I don't think so. I think the legal system will continue to operate, and there'll be LLCs and there'll be corporations. But where I think DAOs can come in as, you know, actually kind of as a supplement to the legal system, where you can have these cryptographically enforced contracts that can actually help execute some of the legal side. So, you know, will it be completely, you know, DAOs maybe in 1,000 years or you know, something in the future? But I don't think anything like in the near future. But I think they will complement each other, especially when it doesn't make sense to form, for instance, like international organizations, right? A lot of blockchain developers and crypto community is global by default. Forming a company that crosses borders in lots of different countries is incredibly complex. And it's actually a big problem.
Just on the H1, like some of these visas, right, to hire people, even that process
is
costly, and you can't really attract talent, you know, quite the distance as much as you would like. Exactly.
Yeah, and that's a great example. You know, when the policy for hiring, you know, international people has a lot of friction, the market will find a solution. And maybe the DAO is that solution, right? Where, you know, these DAOs can actually form and fund development and talent across a variety of different skill sets in a much less friction way, which I think is really cool.
And one of the things with DAOs is, one of the things with blockchains, proof of work, you know, miners, proof of stake, validators, securing the network. Now we're talking about DAOs, human capital, humans kind of congregating for one common goal. We can govern blockchains through technology. Mm-hmm. Can we govern ourselves, you think, operating a DAO?
Yeah, I think, you know, just to start, proof of work, I think Bitcoin has done a disservice by claiming that. Because to me, proof of work is basically what a DAO is meant to do, right? Again, you get out what you put in. That's my proof of work. I've tagged 30 people in this Instagram post. I've written a new code base for this new feature. I've peer reviewed someone else's code base for this new feature. I'm doing work that I need to showcase to everybody, right? There's no black boxes in a DAO. To answer your question about whether we can self-form using DAOs, I think DAOs are an important pillar of that, but from my own experience, putting something into a DAO isn't going to solve the problem. You really need to have people that have respect for each other and also have some type of common denominator across to them, right? And this is why I think DAOs are very bottoms up. They're not top down, right? If I get together 3 or 4 people that happen to be, the foremost experts in the world about a particular topic, then that belongs in a DAO. But everyone that's interested in that topic, then they're spectators to the DAO, right? The DAO in itself has to have, value within it, knowledge within it that needs to be orchestrated better. But absent of that knowledge or that value, the DAO is just a tool, right? DAO is just a set of smart contracts that make sure people play by the rules, right? But without the right people in the DAO or the right devices or other types of autonomous mechanisms within the DAO, then it kind of falls apart, right? But I think that is a huge call to action for anyone that is very, very passionate about anything, right? If you put 50 super climate-focused people into a DAO that have similar goals and similar ideas, it's a way for them to collaborate, it's a way for them to peer review, and it's a way for them to really ascribe value as far as progressing a common goal, right?
Definitely. How does blockchain allow a DAO? How did it even allow a DAO to be a DAO? From a software standpoint, technology standpoint, allows this, this peer-to-peer thing, this decentralized aspect of it.
Yeah. So let's talk about smart contracts, right? Smart contracts are really what enables DAOs to work, right? Blockchains are these ledgers that keep track of these events and ownership and status and of where accounts are. Smart contracts actually allow you to add computation to the mix to say, well, we want to change, this thing. And so let's say there's a vote, and then people literally through the blockchain can vote. And then that vote comes together, and what it ends up being an Oracle input to a smart contract. And was the vote positive? Was it a yes? Did it fail or pass? And it passed. Well, if it passes, then it tells the contract on the other side what to do, okay? Now, you could have, that's the way it works on chain. And so I think for people, non-technical people, you could kind of think of it as smart contracts enable you to create decision frameworks that help govern groups of people.
Definitely, yeah, you summed it up pretty well. And any drawbacks to DAOs? Collusion, technical risks, I guess sticking to the common goal, right? A lot of these people come together for DAOs. But anyways, at a high level, do you see any drawbacks to DAOs?
The interesting thing now, I went to DAOCon in Denver last month. It was really cool. It was just a very small conference of just all the thought leaders in DAOs. And right now there's so much controversy and different opinions on how DAOs should be run and governed. And so one of the potential issues is that whales and large wallets end up just controlling these DAO structures, and they actually become a new form of a middleman. Now, my feeling is that I think then they can, there's things like quadratic voting and other mechanisms that they can try to use to try to give more of a balanced power to all users.
And I think, sorry for the listeners, quadratic voting is you kind of have to maybe potentially pay for your extra vote, it's weighted.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's one aspect, but it's weighted, and there's some kind of I don't know. You really have to double down if you're really going to put your vote down, and it shows who's actually caring or not, right?
Yeah, and there's other methods too where, along with quadratic voting, to try to balance more voice to money. But my feeling is, I actually think, hey, the people who have money in these systems are the most, have the most skin in the game. And when you compare a DAO with an on-chain voting structure to a centralized business, you're already, light years ahead of where we were before, and it's a huge step in the right direction. And actually, I think of these as democratized businesses.
This NFT world's really taken off. really like the infrastructure in this metaverse, and we'll kind of see where it goes. And it's really another use case and really engaging to communities, peer-to-peer, whether it's an enterprise or whether it's on the retail side. And going back to communities, another what's been happening, and you're talking to a bunch of teams, people that you work with in projects and dApps, and they even have communities and supporters and contributors. Well, recently, which is still not a newer phenomenon, DAOs have been popping up, and that's been around for quite some time. But these DAOs have really taken a whole life of their own: investment DAOs, social DAOs, infrastructure DAOs, and really just a community coming together with one common goal to kind of tackle. What fascinates you about DAOs, and are you following DAOs right now?
Yeah, absolutely. DAOs are one of the most interesting and emerging trends in the ecosystem. So DAO stands for Decentralized Autonomous Organization, and it's only a brand new form of human collaboration. I mean, it's not very often that these ideas come around and that they get to be used in the wild, and it's a fascinating example of, you can have people from all over the world who may not know each other in person, may not have anything in common, but they have a shared interest and they have a vote, right? They have sway over how resources get used. And this creates all sorts of fascinating emergent social phenomena, and it's working, I think, far better than anyone could have imagined. It's also begging all sorts of new questions.
One of the questions I have is, why does it require blockchain, crypto? How does this technology influence a DAO?
So there's sort of, at least from my perspective, there's two necessary components for a DAO to function in the real world that requires blockchains, right? One is you have financial assets to control, which again, it really helps to have them on chain. And then two, you need some sort of mechanisms for voting, for people to express their opinion and view that can't be tampered with, because, by the way, there's real value at stake. And so crypto provides both of those capabilities, particularly smart contract platforms. And so it's sort of the minimum set of requirements necessary to provide this new form of coordination and collaboration.
And talking about human coordination and collaboration and social scalability, we're used to governing blockchains, nodes, validators, right? Can we govern ourselves?
It's an open question if we can govern ourselves. If there's this concept in DAOs called Moloch, which is sort of I believe, the demon or god of miscommunication, of inefficiency, right? And the whole idea is to overcome that. And I would certainly say it's pretty fun to be experimenting there and to be working at sort of the bleeding edge of the state of the art in human coordination and collaboration, and how disparate communities can come together around a shared interest and actually make positive change, actually do something. And so I am optimistic that we'll be able to write code that helps make the human condition more efficient.
And do you think DAOs are scalable? You have so many members, and we're kind of talking about a little bit, coordination. Like, do you think, and we're still figuring it out, but I think it's very positive in terms of these things can scale with participation, and I'm talking about like proposals, getting voting. How do you see, do you think DAOs are scalable?
Yeah, I mean, does democracy scale? I think so. I think it's going to require a different framework, a different skill set for people part of these DAOs. I think we've grown up to sort of think about companies and hierarchies, and we don't really have, a lot of us don't have the skill sets of working in a DAO. But I think there's a lot of people who just jumped in and are starting to work with these DAOs, and they actually pick up, how do I use this to my advantage? How do I leverage the DAO to really enable myself to do more? And I think it's going to be a skill set. And once that framework has sort of been figured out and that spreads, I think that's when you're going to start seeing the scaling of DAOs. Is not only it's the infrastructure and tools there, but also the personal mindset of the people part of it has to also shift. And then you're going to see more scalability.
Now, it's pretty difficult to coordinate people in general. Do you think it's scalable to spin up a DAO, coordinating individuals and members and the efficiency of it in terms of putting proposals together, getting the voting, the democracy about it? How do you kind of see is it going to align there?
I think the answer to Is it scalable? Is the DAO model scalable? It doesn't matter, because ultimately it's software, and hopefully it's free markets. Mm-hmm. And when you combine the two, the water will seek its level, as they say in plumbing, I guess, and the markets will figure it out. If it makes more sense to set it up in a 1940s structure of joint stock companies, which is what we call a C Corp in the US, fine, do it that way, right? If it makes more sense to set up a decentralized autonomous organization or create a car that has no owner and drives itself around and is useful to the public all day, and the original owner basically spun it out to become a DAO and made their money and let the car end of life itself, and then at the end of the day drove itself to the ESG compliant recycling place where its parts did whatever they had to do, so be it.
What do you think will, and it depends on the DAO too. There's 4-person DAOs, there's tens and hundreds. I guess it just depends on the community, what the goals are, what the objectives are. Just like crypto, this is going to provide another opportunity to establish a different kind of organizational structure for however
the
it applies.
most uncorruptible bank you could create would have no owners, would have no off switch, would be open 24/7, would have no abilities for governments to artificially regulate and give somebody a artificial monopoly, which is what some of these licenses are, right? Which sounds a lot like a DAO, meaning I could deposit crypto, take out a loan against it in dollars, right? So that now I have lending. I could use social scores to create an unsecuritized loan, for example, right? If somehow I can prove my digital ID. I could make bets on stock prices, right? Using a CFD-like model, but all in a way that those overlords couldn't shut off. That is totally possible today. It's complex. Involves a lot of integration into the physical world, because I have to know the price of those shares if I'm making a bet on the stock price, for example. That creates opportunities for regulators, but we'll work that out. It's just software at the end of the day.
Don't you dare change the channel, cause we're going ape shit.
Right now we're in Times Square. Times Square is taken over by NFTs. We're sitting on some of the most incredible events that are happening, and the only way you can get in is if you own one of these digital assets.
Now one of these digital assets is for sale for $3.2 million. It's an explosion like nothing we've ever seen on the planet.
It's something that you can't actually see, but that's why we're here, because you can actually see it.
Wealth is being generated at massive amounts.
In the form of digital billboards, in the form of merchandise. Some don't get the benefit. With NFTs, everyone shares in the benefit of the upside.
We're in Times Square. We're talking about the Dirty Bird Flight Club, the most exclusive club, I think, in events right now.
It's a generative NFT project, 9,090 birds, all made by Birdcap, a legendary muralist, and artist for us in 2020. We have a different artist every year in Dirty Bird. And all the birds kind of get you inside the Dirty Bird family, I would say. Yeah. I'm just really excited to talk to other people in the NFT community and to not be DJing the entire trip, just actually be talking to people and finding out about other projects and finding out different ways that we can expand our project through new technology and new ideas that other people.
So NFTs really give the opportunity to capture moments in time, to secure them with blockchain, crypto technology, and anyone can really own it, right, in a decentralized way. So this is really going to help a lot of photographers and underserved creatives, right, bridging the digital world, but also capturing real world moments. A moment in time is about collecting the community spirit, and it's all tokenized in the digital form.
And into the forefront, make crypto mainstream, help people along the way, and create an amazing community. and have a fuckload of fun.
So I'm a collector, and I look for promising artists who really don't have the exposure that they should, and I offer mentoring and my advice and try to kind of be a kingmaker and connect people. So you have teams like OpenSea. I mean, we're here in the Edison on the rooftop, and OpenSea is one of the featured blockchain NFT platforms here. Polygon you can mint for free. They've implemented gas-free minting on ETH. And then you have platforms like Harmony One who have a huge grants program. So it's just people taking a chance, believing in themselves, and it's folks like us that have to grab them and tell them, you can do this, take a chance, here's a little bit of the walkthrough. You have a lot of collectors out there that they just want to buy stuff that they know is going to go up, established projects that are going to turn a profit quickly. You have to take a chance on new creators. And for me, the high that I get from that is the elation that they feel that they just have the first investment in their work. And that empowers them to get better equipment, that empowers them to be able to travel and to build. And who knows, one day I could turn a profit on that photo, but it's not about that. It's about really bringing that person in the space and feel that love. And they're gonna be adopted into the space forever, building and contributing, and hopefully, if they make some money, helping others.
You're tuned in to Reimagine 2021, version 11, the #1 virtual crypto and blockchain conference. Coming up, our panel of industry speakers tackle the murky legalities around DAOs.
Yeah, definitely. It'd be interesting to see, which governments use the existing technology versus kind of creating their own forks or their own technologies. How important do you think it is for, large financial institutions and more governments to adopt cryptocurrencies to really reach the masses?
I think it's really important for them to get on board sooner rather than later in some way or some capacity, because right now you're seeing these markets that aren't really regulated that well that start popping up, and I'm not the type of person who thinks, oh well, that's going to be great, we're going to live this crazy libertarian lifestyle and it's just going to be this crypto market and everyone's just going to be in their own ecosystem. That's not really how I look at it. I look at it like, I think this technology is fantastic for efficiency and all the other use cases that we know is to be true, but we live in this world that is very focused around government or has some sort of government presence. And so how can we coexist and make sure that taxes are paid, the infrastructure bills then get paid, and so on and so forth, so then we can all live together cohesively. Maybe some sort of far out idea is to have DAOs basically on like a local presence, like maybe you're like 10 block radius, then it's like another DAO that exists on the city level, and then another DAO on the federal level, and that's, again, a structure to improve efficiency, but I think that's way far out. So I think, again, to my point is really before it gets too out of hand, I think, and too big for them to really grasp at what's going on, it really is important for them, the governments, to basically have skin in the game and see what it's like to really have, let's say, CBDCs exist in the world and have people actually transact with them. Because they'll find out that a lot of the problems that they've been trying to solve could be solved with this technology. Who's the community manager? How are we going to effectively capture these interested people into, first and foremost, a digital space, but ideally also a physical space? So maybe local meetups, local events, things where you have that emotional touch point, because we are human at the end of the day. We can't possibly just be purely digital, no matter how much maybe some of my counterparts might say that might be the future. And so this kind of robust community, and then maybe also this new approach and mindset where you're saying, all right, well, we can't just suppress the negative comments by blocking them or just disabling comments. We have to let them come in and out. Otherwise, that community is not going to feel like they're heard, and you're going to have a ton of issues long term, as you're going to look back and say, well, how come we have 100,000 people in this community, but it seems like they're really disparate and does not really feel like it's in unison. And that's kind of where, if you take shortcuts, you might not have that really healthy community.
Definitely, the sense of belonging is what a lot of people like about these DAOs, and it is real work, a lot of these DAOs. So a lot of people are talking about the future of the structures and how they'll pan out. Do you see DAOs becoming the new future of legal entities and organizational structures?
It could be one future. I think the main difficulty is tying the legalities to the technology, kind of with the NFTs, right? Like NFTs, the kind of one line that people say is, you have verifiable ownership. Ownership almost implies legal recourse if something were to happen, but that's actually not the case usually, I think. And I'm not a lawyer, so maybe that's the caution to people watching, but it's something that I've tried to talk to my friends in the legal space, especially in crypto, saying like, how does this actually work in the way that people expect it to work? So same thing with DAOs. DAOs, the technology has really moved really quickly, but I think the legal structures have still tried to figure out how to, I guess, regulate it if they want to regulate it, how it should be operated, if there's legal recourse, if something were to happen, it's not really clear. So I think the onus really is on the regulators at the end of the day, but also for professionals like you and me, trying to figure out how best to communicate this technology and really educate those regulators. Because right now, I think people are trying, but I think we need to do more to do that. And I think it's just the conversations and open conversations, nothing that is too restrictive and tribalistic, perhaps.
Yeah, I really loved your point there. A lot of the rules and like regulations that exist right now, not sure how many of them actually protect people versus like kind of cutting them off from the opportunity that exists. So do you see DAOs becoming the new future of legal entities and organizational constructs?
For sure, I could see that happening, but it's going to be, it's giving regulators a lot of headaches, right? So they're still trying to catch up with decentralized finance and even centralized cryptocurrency finance, and DAOs just kind of bring a whole different dynamic into this picture, right? It's not a central entity. You can't really go after one person or shut it down in a way. So like, then how do you regulate it? Like, how do you basically build safeguards and rules, which I do believe in, right? So there should be regulation, there should be rules put in place, and those should be there for consumer protection and not really limiting the consumers in any way. So we feel like there will be a lot of innovation coming around DAOs, especially that they're borderless. And if you start to look into, like, for example, tie it back to the metaverse, if there's a DAO that exists in a metaverse that just really doesn't have any borders, then are we going to have nation states within the metaverse, and who's going to govern them and who's going to rule them and what's possible or not possible there? So regulation overall will probably have to catch up on this type of innovation, because the speed of innovation, as we've seen, is not slowing down. It's just getting faster and faster, and they have been caught sort of unequipped to deal with that. But I strongly believe that they will be able to catch up, and they'll definitely have to scale as the technologies grow at a faster pace.
Do you see DAOs being the new standard for organizational and legal structures?
Yeah, definitely coming in the future. Like we're just figuring out legal structures right now, jurisdictions, like different countries have different laws and that kind of stuff. But it will, like what we've seen a lot with COVID and everything like that is like how work exists. Like obviously we have work from home and this kind of stuff, but then we have things like Uber has generated like gig economies and that kind of stuff. We kind of put these things together, into DAOs. Like say Uber was a DAO, like it can't really guarantee this, but maybe the drivers would have more benefit versus, again, the shareholders right there. If they were the ones making decisions, or contributing to the decisions, that might be better off for them. And so, yeah.
On the note of DAOs and the future of DAOs, do you see DAOs becoming the new future for legal entities and organizational constructs?
That's a really interesting question and hard to answer. I think based on what I've seen right now, I think there's a chance that's the case. However, I think DAOs are still in such an early stage that it'll take people a long time to understand what they mean. Like for me, for example, I find it much easier to explain NFTs to someone who doesn't know anything about NFTs versus someone who knows nothing about DAOs to explain what that's like. So I think that it's going to be harder for DAOs to be a gateway for people into the world of Web3 and crypto, but I also think that the ways DAO function, especially successful DAOs where community members are very active and care very much so about its future and its legacy, it's going to be a great example of what is possible in terms of future legal organizations. However, I think we're still a little too early on to tell kind of conclusively what that would look like.
Yeah, and a lot of people are working on kind of solving some of these things. So do you see DAOs becoming the future for legal and operational entities?
So I don't think that it's like a future in terms of, like something old is decaying and there's like a new way of doing things. It's probably different still. So it just opens like new different ways to raise money or like collaborate for people. But it doesn't cancel like all previous legal frameworks for launching your like entities, legal entities and corporations, all this stuff. So both things, they're kind of different, they solving different problems.
And so do you see DAOs becoming the new future of legal entities and organizational constructs?
No. I see them being another option, but I think until there's like clearer like guidance on like regulatory frameworks and stuff like that, I think they present a great option, but I think for some things they don't represent the best solution. But maybe they represent an excellent solution for like internet collectives, communities, groups of people trying to share value and wealth amongst one another without having to set up like a formal like real world entity. But in a lot of cases, I think you might still have to do that. So I think they'll kind of just be like an add-on or like a plug-in into our current framework.
Do you see DAOs becoming the new future framework for legal entities and organizational structures?
Yeah, I do. And I guess maybe that's a big statement, but I definitely do. I think that everything will be in the digital realm. And so all of these legacy systems that we have relied on And look, I'm not against the legacy systems. They got us where we are. It's kind of like when Jay Clayton, who I actually thought did a good job at the head of the SEC, was really interesting one time. He said, look, we built the largest market in the world, the envy of the world, created tens of trillions of dollars of wealth using a legal and structural framework and a regulatory framework that turned out okay. And maybe we need to think about that as we migrate into the digital age. I'm like, you know what, that's actually really good. And I think the same thing's true here. Is I don't want to blow up. I'm not an anarchist, or I don't want to blow up the old. I want to make it better. I want to migrate from analog to electronic to digital and take advantage of what digital first or DAO first is good for. And so if we think about that, legal structures, right? People, humans, and pieces of paper need to be displaced. And just like we shouldn't have physical stock certificates or bonds, we got away from clipping coupons, literally clipping them off and sending them in and getting paid our coupon on a bond. Now these exist in electronic form, but they actually are physical stock and bond certificates at DTCC in Dallas, Texas. That should be replaced by hopefully provenance, which we actually own a little piece of. Blockchain, which could make all of settlement of securities transactions digital first. And I think LLCs, corporations that were the result of the industrialization of agrarian economies and the movement to corporate structures, that's great, and we needed all the people to do them, but now we can do what those people did with code. And in the same way that I think 50+% of people used to be involved in farming, now we have sub 3%. Because technology got better, because we had more machines and we had more opportunities and we discovered oil. One of the things that's amazing about oil is the discovery led to the end of slavery. People are like, what are you talking about? Like, well, a single barrel of oil stores 40 person years of labor. So you didn't need as many people anymore. So you could actually, have a better society with hydrocarbons. Now, are there other ways to replace hydrocarbons in energy? Sure, but hydrocarbons actually aren't all that bad in my mind. But ultimately, to answer your question, the DAOs are a digital structure that allows us to migrate away from these historical legacy systems. And I absolutely think they will ultimately replace, but not very fast, because first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you. So right now we're in the fight stage. So 09 to 15 was the ignoring stage, 15 to 21 was the laughing stage, 21 to 26-ish is the fighting stage, but ultimately it's all going that direction.
Going back to the construct of the whole thing, do you see DAOs becoming the new standard for either legal or organizational entities?
I think it really depends. And I'm sorry I'm falling back on that classic lawyer answer, but it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. I think that DAOs are incredibly flexible, and I think that a lot of the legal ways in which DAOs are being wrapped have a lot of power. But there are still things that need an S-corp, and there are still things that are going to need a limited liability company or a limited liability partnership. And that's just the nature of how our regulation system is set up. That's just the nature of how secrets are important to some corporations. Like, I don't think it's a good idea for Coca-Cola to become a DAO, because you can't share their secret formula. Same with KFC and their 12 special spices or whatever it is, right? Like, there are trade secrets that need to be kept protected. And the thing about a DAO is not only do they share this bank account, these assets in common, one of those assets is the information. And so if I was in a DAO of KFC, everybody in that DAO would know the secret recipe for KFC. For Coke, it's the secret recipe for Coke. And that sort of secrecy does not do well, or that sort of non-secrecy, let me put it that way, does not do well outside of the open source universe.
And so do you see DAOs doing business with other DAOs? Do you see enterprises, collaborating, being part of these DAOs from traditional side to this more decentralization
Definitely.
world?
It's going to be different. You're not going to sign a contract with a DAO, but you will be able to enter some sort of economic agreement or agreement based on your social standing and your shared influence in a space. And I think that will happen for sure. Yeah.
And do you see DAOs being the new legal structure and entity that's going to be forming moving forward? We're so used to traditional companies or whatever, C Corp, LLC, and now we have this DAO structure that's kind of operating on its own and thanks to software and technology. So do you see DAOs as moving forward as a new legal structure?
Yeah, I always get a laugh when I hear lawyers talk about DAOs and how they aren't legally complete and they're not legally accurate. And there's an incongruency between the law and DAOs. And the issue is that in the law is a codified set of rules. And then that rules then needs to be interpreted through a court and a judge and a jury and whomever, right? And so like, should the money go here? Well, okay, we have the laws and then let's bring the evidence to the court. Well, smart contracts just literally are judge, jury, and law all in one. Yeah. And so there's an incongruency because it actually disintermediates and makes a lot of laws obsolete.
Yeah. And do you think some of these laws will catch up? Like, do you think there's going to be some structure? And maybe this is more probably 30,000 foot bird's eye view, because the laws are the laws, and crypto overall has been operating around them, and regulatory is really not clear. But do you see DAOs just and maybe crypto, finding these loopholes and will just kind of operate and you can't stop them?
Yeah, I think DAOs aren't above the law in general. Yeah. DAOs, if you have a DAO that's operating under some illegal premise, then it just, instead of going after one person, the law has the ability to probably go after a lot of people that are involved in this illegal DAO. But when it comes to enforcing outcomes and decisions within DAOs, so let's say, I got upset because I wanted more ownership of something and I went to a lawyer and I wanted to sue the DAO. Well, the lawyer's gonna say, well, these systems don't really interact. And so when it's a matter of, is the DAO operating under the right premise? And yes, the law is involved when it comes to determining if, a smart contract should have done X, Y, or Z. Well, once you're interacting in a DAO system, you got to play by the rules, because the rules are all, their code is law in that world.
And do you see these as the new legal structure, organizational structure, as an option alternative to an LLC, a C Corp? Do you see these kind of doing business amongst each other, and not only that, with other enterprise, traditional businesses? So DAOs as new form of human coordination also raises new forms of question, like what is the legal status? Can a DAO enter into a contractual agreement? Can a DAO be held liable? Many would say, well, that's one of the benefits of a DAO, is no, it can't. But in the real world, there's actually some practical limitations on it. There's been some positive regulatory moves here. In fact, in the state of Wyoming, and I think a couple of other states, DAOs can be recognized as legal entities. But I think what's happening is you have DAOs working with DAOs. It's pretty familiar. You have corporations and LLCs working with corporations, and the complicated part is when they intersect with each other. But my sense is there's going to be positive regulatory moves that are going to facilitate all of that, and they'll be able to be integrated with the traditional flow of business, just like anything else. So you think these are just on an uptick moving forward?
They, as with many aspects of crypto, DAOs seem relatively unstoppable. Yeah. And so I think the big question from a regulatory perspective is, do you embrace the innovation or do you reject it? Historically, rejecting innovation doesn't work very well. And DAOs, I think, have critical mass now where they're not going anywhere. And so it'll be a much more fruitful avenue to incorporate that into everything else going on than to try to reject that, that's for sure.
And and kind of what, on the regulation front and risks of that sort, even on the crypto side, it's a little bit vague, but they've allowed most to flourish a little bit and innovate, and allow kind of where we're at now. Avoid obviously preventing scams and stuff from 2017, which was great, and now it allowed other people to build in confidence, but we're still kind of working towards a more clear regulatory
Yeah, so the regulatory debate around all of crypto is definitely heating up. It seems both likely and probably necessary that more regulation comes. I think the real question is sort of what form is that going to take? I think the good news is the crypto industry is not being caught flat-footed by it. We're really staffing up and ready to engage authentically. And there's various jurisdictions with various rules, right? The one thing that I think is true is in the early days of the internet, the federal government was very specific non-interventionist to enable the innovation to flourish, and that worked out pretty well for the United States in particular. It seems that crypto is a global phenomenon, it's not going anywhere, and those jurisdictions which work with it productively, I think will benefit, while those that don't will suffer.
More alpha coming at you now.
My friends, I'm glad that you can join us in the decentralized financial revolution. The only way forward is if we continue to educate ourselves and those around us, and that is certainly what we intend to do. The value of a dollar can diminish with the click of a federal button, but the seeds of wisdom may never die. Don't let them catch you, be bold, and dare to reimagine your freedom.
You're tuned into Reimagine 2021, version 11, the #1 virtual crypto and blockchain conference. In this next segment, our expert speakers discuss the various positives of using DAOs.
Definitely, and it certainly aligns the incentives for people as well. Like when you're talking about like token fueled votes and stuff like that, instead of a centralized entity. People are used to working 9 to 5 and having these types of jobs, but how do you see DAOs disrupting the future of the workforce?
DAOs are probably stretching the remote work lifestyle even farther, and it's already been doing that before the pandemic, I would say. I think the thing that I tend to find with maybe the vendors that I speak with who aren't necessarily in crypto, you remember the phase early on in COVID where people were like, oh, like, this is such a new norm. not used to this remote work. It's so crazy to stare at a screen all the time. And with crypto, it's actually not that foreign of a concept. The previous company I was at prior to Ava Labs, there was also engineers living in Alaska. There was an engineer living, I think, somewhere in Europe and all over the world. And how we would collaborate is we would just hop on a video chat, and that's how we did it. And I think the touch points existed in person, where maybe on an annual or like quarterly basis, where you're just trying to celebrate that connection and basically kind of like a social gathering, just to make sure that you can not only have that virtual connection, but of course the physical one. So what it's basically done is, first of all, propelled it forward, and then I think the coordination is also necessary. How do you have governance calls? That's something that's very new. Governance calls for a lot of these projects. I know Aave is also another project that's structured like a DAO. They exist on a weekly cadence or even more frequent. And so that makes the touch points more important. And also a lot of the community members will tune into those things. And they'll say, hey, well, this is really important for me because I get to listen in on what's the future of this project. And I should also participate as someone who speaks up in those things. And then at the end, it's like, well, how do we implement a vote? Well, anyone can have a proposal. And when you have a proposal, it's also a marketable event. You have, let's say you're project A and you have an integration that wants to come in. Well, how it works is you have the project come in and they submit a proposal, and it has to be pretty detailed, because if you push something that's just a few lines or something that you didn't put work into, then you're not getting the confidence of the community and you might not have the vote pass. The second piece is then the marketing, I think. How do you raise hype and awareness for this new thing that you're about to implement into this project, and how does it provide value to those users? If you're able to address both, where it's have the strong proposal and the business case, and then also then kind of the community and marketing awareness, then I think it usually pans out to something positive. And that's where I think what I'm most excited about with DAOs is, how does this coordination extend beyond what I'm describing now? There's probably other ways to make this more efficient and more engaging, and I think that's maybe the metaverse has a play in it. Maybe you have DAO governance calls. I don't necessarily want to use the Facebook Oculus product, but maybe there's another VR headset where you're just simply sitting in your own room, and it almost feels like we're talking face to face. But again, it's just kind of all these people around the world trying to contribute.
Yeah, I like your take on that. Maybe it shouldn't be mainstream because it is serious work. And on that note, how do you see DAOs kind of disrupting the traditional, global economy or working model?
So, yeah, it's different. Probably it's a more direct way to coordinate for people. In the sense, it could be like so it could be different, like opposite to current some corporate structures. So yeah, in the sense, there is like some corporations or like legal structures that could be replaced by the DAO. Yeah, in this sense, it's kind of disrupting this some industries, I guess. Maybe one of like in top of my head, so it's some charity could be disrupted, because you maybe it's easier to have a DAO maybe to collect funds and distribute rather than doing this and some, I don't know how it's like non-profit organizations, legal entities.
Kind of looking forward, how do DAOs affect the workforce and the future global economy?
That's a great question. The future global economy, the thing that DAOs do amazingly well is it opens up a path to profitability, a path to sustainability, a path to income and wealth creation for people who historically never had that. You can be anywhere in the world that has a fairly reliable internet connection and be part of a DAO and have an income that's equivalent to somebody who's working in Laramie, Wyoming, right? And maybe Laramie is not the most wealthy town in the United States, but the average income there is higher than it would be in some of the developing worlds. So being able to give that access to be able to do the work and take what is unique and powerful about the individual, wherever they are in the world, and allow them to reach beyond what their birth circumstances may have put them in. That is what the power, that is the thing that I love about DAOs. It can really lift the entire world and break these traditional bonds of serfdom, debt, of shackling to financial institutions that are the gatekeepers of saying, yes, you are wealthy enough to be part of my bank, or no, I'm not giving you a loan for that because you haven't borrowed money from me in the past, which is how the credit system works. That's a powerful, powerful tool.
What traditional business models do you think will die off?
As a result of DAOs, traditional business models that will die off because of, that's an excellent question. And honestly, I'm not sure because I haven't really thought through it carefully. I know there are a bunch of business models that are parasitic in essence, right? They're the ones who are trying to put more trust into a system, make sure that you can trust where your real estate title is held and the fact that there are no liens against it. But traditional crypto has, and traditional blockchain has solutions for these other aspects. When it comes to a DAO formation itself, I think it'll very much disrupt some of the independent contracting universe, first and foremost. Because they become independent contractors across the board, and so this DAO formation ends up being a stronger model for that. Beyond that, I would actually love to see content creation be really disrupted through DAOs. The ability of a group of people where you have your filmographer, you have your artist, you have your lighting, you have all of the various different components of creating content are all part of a DAO, and they shift in and out and in and out, and so you no longer have that massive overhead structure. And so all of the value comes back to the creators, all the value comes back to the talent, and they're crowdsourcing this, and so the financing comes back to them as well. And that, I think, is massively disruptive.
This is great advice. I definitely agree. We need more industry standards for the safeguarding of everyone. And kind of a lot of people are taking DAOs very seriously, right? So how do DAOs impact the future of the workforce?
I think for internet collectives and groups of people that maybe work remotely or in like a tech space or trying to set up a project surrounding something that makes sense in the digital space, I think they represent like a really interesting kind of structure, especially if you start like factoring in like other company structures into like that sort of ideology and like framework for your DAO. I think like affecting the workforce as a whole, I think a lot of industries won't be affected by DAOs, or like DAOs might just not make sense. Like most companies are hyper centralized and don't need to be community owned, or maybe the founders or like the goals have different ideologies on like how a company should be run. But like maybe like real world co-ops, or maybe social causes, or maybe like art collectives or galleries or like things like that, that are more like community centric, not really like one head person kind of controlling the whole thing. Maybe DAOs represent a great opportunity for like shared and collective like value and wealth, for something that people are building together. Or maybe it incentivizes people to feel like they own a piece of the company coming in without having to have like all sorts of the like regular corporation kind of structures and like rule books.
Yeah, I love the contribution aspect to it. And it's also interesting that, once you have ownership of a lot of these things, you're kind of incentivized to market. How do you think this collective marketing effort with DAOs will disrupt like traditional marketing business models?
It might just give you a base community, a strong base rather, off the bat. Because I think the biggest issues that startups have, maybe non-crypto ones, is they tend to focus on just the product and then marketing on a one-way approach, not a multi-directional approach. So when you go, okay, well, I have this new physical product that might revolutionize people who drive cars. Well, let's just start selling that to them and see if it sticks, right? With crypto brands, you go, well, who's the community manager? How are we going to effectively capture these interested people into, first and foremost, a digital space, but ideally also a physical space. So maybe local meetups, local events, things where you have that emotional touch point, because we are human at the end of the day. We can't possibly just be purely digital, no matter how much maybe some of my counterparts might say that might be the future. And so this kind of robust community, and then maybe also this new approach and mindset where you're saying, all right, well, we can't just suppress the negative comments by blocking them or just disabling comments. We have to let them come in and out. Otherwise, that community is not going to feel like they're heard, and you're going to have a ton of issues long term, as you're going to look back and say, well, how come we have 100,000 people in this community, but it seems like they're really disparate and does not really feel like it's in unison. And that's kind of where, if you take shortcuts, you might not have that really healthy community.
What are some of the industries that you see being disrupted right now with DAOs?
So anything where there's a desire for community ownership, take a partnership that was set up to buy assets. You've seen DAOs set up to buy digital art, NFTs. That's a really interesting way of structuring fractional ownership. You can see applications across any form of partnership. The world I live in, the venture capital space, there should probably be a DAO that exists to do venture capital deals. Maybe I should set one up. And I think that will indeed occur. Maybe it already has and I'm not even aware. I think DAOs have the potential to replace any form of corporate structure or legal structure, an LLP, an LLC, or a corporation. And so every industry has the potential to be disrupted by this technology. And digital ownership of assets, distributed or decentralized, I think is a powerful trend. And I always ask people, name a technology that came along that made things better, that then went back in the bottle, right? I was getting off the plane this morning and chatting with somebody in front of me, and my grandfather-in-law left a safe job with the train company to go work for the upstart American Airlines. His parents were horrified, and everybody thought, that's a fad, and you shouldn't go there, and why would we want to do that? Like, well, air travel is faster and more efficient than train travel. In fact, King Leopold, I guess, from Russia once said, supposedly, that why would anyone need a train and pay money to go someplace in an hour when they could easily ride a horse in a day for free? Like an hour versus a day on a horse? Are you kidding me? That's a long time. So lots of trains in Europe, lots of good trains in Europe. No good trains here. So I do think that DAOs have the potential to disrupt all kinds of industries. I think they're going to start in the places where the original creators are comfortable. So around tech, around NFTs, around digital property rights, but it will eventually extend into just about everything.
What are some interesting projects or use cases that you think DAOs are disrupting?
Disrupting, again, like we talked about earlier, there's there's some legal issues with these things now. I think DAOs are just starting, and it's going to be coming this year. And I want to go back to the metaverse again. I really think that the metaverse should emerge. Emerge is a very key term, as a DAO, and this DAO should exist across ecosystems, like multi-chain, probably the easiest thing to do is anything that's an Ethereum compatible chain. It's like for example, like Conflux, if want to interact with the Chinese populace, there's certain you have the DAO is deployed on Conflux too, so Chinese people can interact with it. And then Ethereum in the West, and so there's this bridge between people communicating and collaborating together. Again, super important, because if we want to decentralize, or if we want the world to really benefit, and we want decentralized communities, it's got to be everyone participating in however way they can, based upon their jurisdiction, of course, in collaborating together in some way.
How do DAOs rebalance the power?
power to the people. You know, like it's like, and again, saying shareholders here, like, you know, anyone can kind of come into a DAO. Of course, when you create a DAO, there's some centralization, but you got to get the concepts together. But like, as long as the vision, the roadmap is to open it up to the general public, you know, anyone can join. That's the beauty of it. And it goes back to legal and jurisdictions, of course, too, and whatnot. But like, you know, no matter what, even with the VPN, like if like for some reason your jurisdiction doesn't particularly allow it, you can be somewhat anonymous, go through a VPN and access a DAO and then gain benefit.
And how do you think DAOs are going to affect the future of the workforce?
Okay, like we've talked about a lot of legal things. Okay, so the legal things need to be in place. You know, first, like I want to say in different jurisdictions, but I think another huge hurdle is the decentralized ID or DID, whatever you want to call it. They're quantifying like who someone says they are. However, people should be able to remain somewhat anonymous within a DAO, but they have their credentials on chain, protected like on chain in some way. So you can even use like zero knowledge proofs to like kind of like this, like, yeah, this person like is who they say they are, but they don't have to give away their identity. Maybe they're in a country that you know, with a, you know, a dystopian government or something like that, and they don't want them interacting with it, so they can still be anonymous and interact with a DAO, be protected, you know, via like, you know, via on chain, remain anonymous, be protected via on chain, like zero knowledge proofs, you know, in those kind of things.
Looking forward, what are some things that you think DAOs still have to figure out, and ways that DAOs can still disrupt organizations out there?
Again, kind of going back to like, you know, it's really legal right now, so DAOs have to figure out, again, working within different jurisdictions and like different legal structures. And it's also decentralized IDs. So like, you know, like you have a legal like infrastructures, and then how people trust who they say, like who the counterparty is or whomever they're dealing with in these DAOs. So the two really, I think, big hurdles in my opinion now that are going to be fixed pretty soon. I know there's a lot of DID research right now. Like I can't remember the company, but I was reading CoinDesk earlier this morning. I think one company raised like, you know, close to $10 million for DID. So like it's coming, definitely. And so like we're almost there. And then, you know, like with this class I'm facilitating at University of Washington, definitely bringing legal students in, political science students in to kind of figure out like, you know, just like, you know, like, I'm not going to solve everything obviously, but like is really jumping points of thought for other people to take a hold of and then maybe come up with solutions.
How will DAOs affect the ownership economy?
Yeah, geez, like, wow, we can go back to like community, the commons, but like in how people like, you know, affect the commons, the common ownership of goods. Like you kind of see that almost like, I want to say in like the gig economy today, like, you know, like, you know, like, or just like the subscription economy kind of things. And I think, but subscription economy is like really controlled by centralized authorities. Like people can like, and like even using the term of idle assets again, people can share things a lot more via DAOs if they have like, you know, so like instead of just like, you know, like you have the idle computer part over there and someone want to buy that to build their own computer, maybe people can they can collectively put things together, like idle assets together, like for the benefit of the DAO. So they need servers or whatever, these kind of stuff, and then they can collectively put together, you know, these things and have the benefit for everyone, you know, involved in the DAO.
And yeah, we are early on. And what are some future industries or future markets do you think, you know, DAOs can really disrupt?
Ooh. I'm really interested in how DAOs could disrupt the music industry and with gaming. So with music, something that I'm really interested in is like, you know, right, and I'm not an expert in the music industry, but I kind of know a little about the role that labels play, for example, in terms of determining the song that gets put out, the arc of an artist, or in terms of radio distribution, like, now it's probably a little less important, but then it's like the rank of something on a Spotify playlist. It determines how often people will click on a song, and there's a lot of things that are so designed for people to become interested in a song and to stay attuned to a song. I think what would be really interesting for DAOs is, instead of, you know, going through labels, for artists to then submit their samples or completed songs for a DAO to vote on for which one should be the song that they should announce next, or the song that they need to edit on. And so instead of people being at the label, being the tastemakers in a sense, it's now turned over to the community, where you have this like amazing group of people that's coming all over the world who will not only get to decide what an artist gets to do and what an artist wants to do and help an artist in terms of shaping their art, their music, but also really be involved in the entire creation process and be able to benefit from the artist and the musician's work once it's been released. I think Friends with Benefits has done a really great job with this in terms of some of the NFT series that they released, but I would be really interested to see what it could do to the world of music and also what it could do to the world of gaming in terms of development.
Definitely, like never before have we seen this many people kind of organize in a verifiable and effective way through DAOs. So what are some of the industries that you think DAOs are disrupting right now?
I mean, I'd have to say finance, because that's the biggest, I'd say, use case till date for cryptocurrencies. So we're seeing decentralized exchanges, decentralized fund management coming out, and that's, I guess, the first industries that we'll see get disrupted. But we're seeing the same thing probably with NFTs and other digital native kind of ecosystems. And so, we could see media getting disrupted through something like this. It's really opens up the possibilities to a lot of exciting things coming out of it.
So getting into that a bit, how do you think DAOs can streamline ownership of digital assets?
How can DAOs streamline ownership of digital assets? It's an excellent question. At the end of the day, if we go back to some of the early phrases in crypto, one of the earliest is not my coins, or not my keys, not my coins. We don't hear it very much anymore, but not my keys, not my coins. And what that means is you have to have a personal responsibility about your own wealth, right? And so when you talk about ownership and when you talk about working in a community, all of these members of these DAOs all understand, very, very first thing they understand is personal accountability and personal responsibility. And so they come into a DAO and they say, okay, what we're gonna do as a group is we're gonna create value and we're gonna capture that. But then everybody in that DAO, through selection bias, all believe in personal accountability and all believe in being able to follow through on what you're doing and own your mistakes and own your productive capability, your productive capital. And that, you're already setting yourself up for success, because no one is there that does not understand what it means to be responsible. And I think that has a massive amount of power.
Definitely, the permissionless aspect of it. Exactly. And what industries do you think will get impacted due to the permissionless nature of DAOs?
I mean, obviously, this is very general, but like every industry, is going to be affected. I think it's going to be social, first, and I mean, there's really a hunkering down from this. I want to say everyone in the world that they really wanted to disrupt social. You shouldn't have just Facebook driving people's political agendas and this kind of stuff, but you guys should kind of go back to the DAOs. DAOs may not necessarily be they may be free for alls too. So there'll be DAOs that will push agendas and DAOs that won't push agendas. But people are collective animals. They want to come together around something, and I think it is social and communication and idea creation that's going to drive blockchain adoption this next year. DeFi last year, it's going to be social. DAOs this year really driving mainstream adoption of blockchain.
So one of the things regarding DAOs, and you mentioned it, a collective group of people, common goal, one common goal for everybody, or multiple goals, whatever. Everybody's aligned. Do you think this is moving forward? Do you see this kind of a new legal entity, organizational structure of a business, right? Where they're now making decisions, whether it's an investment DAO or the various DAOs that are out there, because it might be a little bit easier to form a DAO than it may be to go LLC route or some other kind of type of corporation, right? So do you see moving forward DAOs being a new organizational kind of structure?
So I think so. I do think, I'm not sure if I'd agree that it's easier to form a legal DAO, because I think that space is also a very exploratory phase, right? And I think Wyoming is kind of trying to start that, but there are not many previous examples. So I think a lot of people want to have legalized DAOs, but the pathway is unclear. But I do think eventually, yes, it will become that where it's going to be easier to form a DAO, and then it's going to be easier to operate as a DAO. And then obviously there are the benefits of running a DAO. So I do think that's going to be basically a substitute for running a company for things that make sense, right? Obviously not everything makes sense to be a DAO, but for things that make sense, they will opt in to create a DAO that's in a legal fashion, basically.
And do you see other types of businesses, companies reversing into DAOs?
That's gonna be a pretty interesting one. Generally, no, I don't think so, because it's like the way you have to think about it as like a DAO versus a company. And the reason why I'm generally not bullish on existing corporates running a blockchain project or a DAO project is because as a company, you typically think about like as a for-profit entity, right? You have to, how do you maximize the shareholders' value, fiduciary duty, right? Versus like DAOs, the goal is not about like, oh, like how do you generate the most profit for this DAO? Like that's typically not like how DAOs are formed, like what the goal of the DAO is. So just the interest alignment and like the objective of the organization is kind of structured a little bit differently. So I kind of don't think most companies will be able to successfully transition over to a DAO. One kind of setup or structure that makes sense for DAOs, I think, is co-ops. Co-ops, I think, actually are existing kind of structure that actually has a lot of similarities to DAO. And I think I can see a lot of those actually being converted into DAOs in general.
How internally do they view that, or do they accept that with all the breaking of the barriers of confidentiality, one-to-one, and now your client base is not only traditional and institutional like you have been, but now potentially a DAO. Is that accurate?
DAOs are indeed going to break so many of the processes and concepts that we are used to as a large enterprise. So typically everything we do between a buyer and seller at the large enterprise scale is done under an NDA. But with a DAO, who's the client? Who is approving it? If the stakeholders are voting on the proposal, you've got to make it public. And if the stakeholders are going to assess the outcome of the work you did for them, you're going to have to make that public. So it's going to change how we do business. It's going to subject the work that we do to a much higher level of scrutiny. And it's going to also cause us to think about, what does this mean if I do work for somebody and it gets paid for and then it becomes public? How does that affect my ability to sell similar types of work to other parties as well?
And you're pretty much answering the innovation of the landscape, business models, everything kind of coming full head of steam here. Why? Why does EY want to take on a DAO as a client with all the fascinations, as you just mentioned? What's the drive there to actually kind of pivot, or not pivot, but allow a DAO to now be a client?
DAOs are exciting because I think they might be a path to solving what is one of the oldest problems in kind of capitalism and economics, which is often talked about as the principal agent problem, right? The principal, the owner of a business, is not necessarily the same as the agent, the organization that runs it. And sometimes the agents, the people who run the organization, spend more time serving themselves than the owners of the business. DAOs are decentralized. They have a high level of sort of true stakeholder democracy and engagement, and they operate in many cases with a much higher level of public service. They're almost a blend between a traditional corporation and a digital cooperative or a nonprofit. So I think DAOs will create a new era of highly competitive public services. I think they have a chance to represent what owners want done with their capital in a way that's much more effective. And I think that they will fund a tremendous amount of public innovation. We're already seeing DAOs with their public goods funding, with innovation funding. I think trying to make DAOs work and create a better digital ecosystem will just be an incredibly exciting and rewarding challenge for us.
Why do you think people are attracted to DAOs? You gotta be committed. You know, these DAOs there's active participation, there's members, there's core members. Why do you think, these individuals and are attracted to DAOs and want to contribute to a DAO?
So I think one, people are intellectually stimulated by it because, and two, I think they believe in the future of DAOs. I think DAOs will run, our sports teams of the futures will be DAOs. Our schools and universities will be DAOs. Our healthcare systems will be DAOs. Businesses and marketplaces will be DAOs. And so even our governments potentially, and in very long-term view, and like hundreds of years. And so I think people see what can happen, and what it is a better way of organizing people and creating rules. And the other reason, like the last reason why they're so exciting, why I'm so excited about them, is because you actually can bring power to the users and workers, which centralized competitors cannot compete with DAOs because DAOs are really, the entire spirit of them is that they're decentralized and autonomous.
Do you think traditional companies can reverse into a DAO? I mean, there's a couple teams right now. They're in the crypto space already, so maybe that kind of helps. But do you see like some centralized, maybe not the big players, but deconstructing themselves or being a part of them, supporting them?
Yeah, I don't think you can take a Delaware C Corp and make it fully turn into a DAO. But what will happen is a lot of centralized companies are going to say, hey, by us giving up control over this piece of our business and letting the users govern and control it, we're going to get far more growth. So it's counterintuitive for them because they get weaker in terms of their ability to control. But then what they do is they gain the ability to influence. And when they give up control and they give more power back to the users, they'll actually get more business in the end. And so I think there'll be a little bit of this, this hybridized model that takes DAOs to the next level and actually takes blockchain to the next level.
Yeah, and how about the infrastructure to kind of like spin one of these up? I think, we kind of depend on some of this stuff to make sure it's available, to kind of, start a DAO and build a DAO and maintain a DAO. What'd you say?
What do you mean?
So like infrastructure on tooling, like, you know what I mean? Like on the tech side, a community, definitely we can put one together. And then on the infrastructure side, how do we manage this thing? The tokenomics of it. Like, I think, maybe the more experimentation is going to pan out. I think at the moment, things are working out. I mean, there's tons of DAOs that are investment DAOs, various DAOs, social networks. Right.
It's early, but there'll be like a push button one day where it's like if you're if you know GitHub and you're a programmer, you can like clone a repo, or you can just copy a file. It's going to be like that for starting a new DAO. You'll just effectively clone an existing one that you like. Maybe you tweak the parameters a little bit because you want to, but it'll get it really easy.
It's going to be like a DAO starter kit. So do you think DAOs are going to be impactful depending on the DAO and their goal, right?
Yes, exactly. I think a lot of it will be kind of figured out by these DAO frameworks, right? These DAO as a service type of things, right? They're already thinking about a lot of the considerations, right? We work pretty closely with this DAO called Coordinape. They do a lot of things for Yearn and Curve and a lot of these DeFi protocols. And what Coordinape allows you to do is ascribe or attribute points based on someone's contributions, right? And using that framework, they then deliver value to the people that have contributed, right? But that's just very bare bones layer one DAO, right? Even embedding, subjective feelings or things that are not as prescriptive or measurable. This is like where the next evolution of DAOs, I think, will come from, right? But DAOs are tools. DAOs are tools. They need the right resources to fuel them. But it's the purest form of finding people that believe in the same thing and allowing them to collaborate, right?
Yeah, definitely. And there's also some initial stake, some sweat equity that people have to put into these DAOs to, also get the output. What are some interesting projects or companies that you see are effectively using DAOs for coordination?
One that comes to mind immediately is Shapeshift. Shapeshift started, Eric Voorhees obviously is super bullish on this technology. He's been pretty much one of the largest figures since the beginning. I think one of the things that I found interesting, especially as I have peers in that company and people that have gone through this process, is it wasn't a DAO from day one. I think perhaps also because Shapeshift predates the idea of a DAO, perhaps. I think that's my best guess there. But now I think the last year or so, they have fully transitioned into a DAO. And the first question I asked some of my friends there is saying, well, how does that work? Imagine if you have a company meeting and you say, well, hey, I know this is like the day-to-day and this is what you've known to love, but we're going to totally squash this. And actually, some of you might not even have a role here anymore because of how it's structured. And here's the timeline, and here's how we're going to get to that final goal, where then all of a sudden, the people that are participating in Shapeshift are the token holders, not any centralized entity that can have a larger, or I guess, larger voice than those holders. And so I think the thing that's fascinating about that is not so much the implementation of it, but how they got there. It was like, apparently there was a lot of communications, it was basically a leap of faith. There are certain people that may not have necessarily bought into that, I'm sure, but there's also plenty of people that did, and that was really what was shocking, the success of the narrative of saying, hey, like, this is something that is obviously a risk, doesn't happen often in this space, but here's why you should be excited about it, and here are the things that are the benefits of doing this, and hopefully you can take a leap of faith with us as a whole community, and here's to the future type of narrative.
Talk to me a little bit more about some of the DAOs that you've interacted in, and where do you see the value there?
Yeah, for sure. I think that DAOs are really insane. I'm also a newcomer in terms of learning about DAOs, so definitely a student. And but one of my favorite DAOs is the FWB DAO, Friends with Benefits. I always have to explain to people that it's a DAO, and then I need to go into what a DAO is about because the name is so interesting. But Friends with Benefits is the name of the idea. It's like friends supporting each other, creatives who are benefiting from each other's relationships. So I actually think the name is very apt. It's just that people hear Friends with Benefits and they think, like, why are you in that? So for Friends with Benefits, it's a group of creatives, of musicians, artists, people in the NFT space, people who are traders, who have all come together to facilitate amazing conversation and also offer advice and support each other as we discover Web3. It's really insane. I think they just announced a huge fundraising round that was completed by, I think that was led by A16Z with Pace Capital and Kindred Capital participating. And I think the central ethos of FWB is just people coming together and people benefiting from not just the conversations, but also being able to participate in a lot of the decisions that are made in the DAO. For example, for Friends with Benefits, you need 75 tokens to join in order to be a full member. And that is pretty pricey. That's almost $10,000 now, or maybe even more. I haven't checked in a couple of days. But that value is going to appreciate further, as new people want to join Friends with Benefits, as new people hear about the mission of Friends with Benefits and everything that they're accomplishing. So I think this is a case where the community is benefiting alongside the rise of the brand value for Friends with Benefits. And on the other hand, there are a lot of really cool in-person events. They have a New York sub-DAO where you can go to the New York Watering Hole, and they have weekly events where people actually meet in person and chat with each other. And it's definitely the Discord where I see the most active members and where I've been in the most direct conversations with people, because people within the community are just so supportive and open to other people. One of the interesting things about DAO, it's that the power-making ability is taken out of these executives. So if you have a traditional company, you have the C-suite where maybe even as an employee, you don't really have a lot of decision or transparency into what's happening high level. With a DAO, a lot of these community proposals are coming in from the community. They're generated by the community. And so recently, one of the proposals that was passed for Friends with Benefits that I was totally in support of was to create a new tier of membership where if people just have 5 tokens, they're able to join the sub-DAOs and be a part of, let's say, the New York conversation and be able to come to the New York events. And I think that was really interesting to see, the types of voting mechanism, the people who are involved in voting, and the people who are looking to get involved in the DAO, not just for the conversation that's happening, but for the power that they have over the future of what's happening with the community. And I think that's something very special that a DAO can give that no other thing can give, just a completely community-led initiative. Obviously, a lot of DAOs, when you start off, you have a smaller group and you need to have enough members and enough interest in order to become fully decentralized. But I think Friends with Benefits is one of the ones that I really believe in long term. And that's why I joined in as a member, and that's why I'm keeping my tokens, because I think that it's going to be something that's going to be long-lasting and continuously create value for its members.
Now let's kind of talk about some other elements. What are some projects that you think are more effectively coordinated through a DAO?
A couple that I've been involved in. One that's fun, right, is I joined something called League DAO, which is trying to recreate fantasy sports in a DAO first mentality. And that makes sense to me, right? If the participants in the league are generating the content, meaning the players and the teams and the prizes, why does a chunk of that go to a centralized organization just because they wrote the software, however many years ago? So a DAO organization, I think, is a superior model. So I like that. I think derivative markets are another one. So I've, again, personally invested in a couple things, Barnbridge Bond, and now Fiat DAO, which to me is an interesting use case of a DAO in that if you think about derivative contracts, smart contracts are better than people, right? If you get lost, do you stop and ask directions? No, you look at Google Maps or Apple Maps. In fact, in the South where I live, you would never stop and ask directions because they would say, go to where the oak tree was and take a left, and then go to where the general store was. And I didn't live here 20 years ago. I don't know where the oak tree was. So we trust code. And so derivative contracts, I think, in a smart contract world are far superior. And to have a structure in a DAO where the members that get involved in those derivative markets have, again, ownership as opposed to a hierarchical organization taking all the profits, I think is just a better use case. And myriad other examples where DAOs could be used. We've seen one, Shark DAO, right? They buy nouns, which are NFTs. And that's kind of cool. So you can participate in the DAO. And then as these nouns get produced, one a day, they bid on them, and maybe they own them, maybe they don't. And maybe you own a fabulous collection of digital collectibles. That's one use case. So many applications like that. As I said, I think a DAO structure for a venture capital fund could be very interesting, or a DAO structure for asset management could be very interesting. At the end of the day, hierarchies were created to trickle up, right? All the wealth trickles up. This idea of trickle-down economics was a fallacy created to distract us from the trickle-up economics of the reality. And I think a decentralized world, a DAO-first world, really moves us toward more equality, more equity, more inclusiveness, and it's a big statement, but it's better for humanity, which sounds like, drivel, but it's true. And there are lots of examples. Ride sharing, right? I love ride sharing. I invested in Quadi before it became Didi, in Uber, in Lyft, in Ola, in Grab, and we've made lots of money for our investors. Love those companies. However, if you're a driver and I'm a rider, why do we give 30, 40% to the people that wrote the code years ago? We could have a decentralized version of that where we share in those profits. I think that's coming. And I think if you think about any model where there's a centralized authority taking a larger than normal share, a high profit margin, or monopolistic profit margins, it'll migrate to DAOs.
We certainly need better tools to enable creators and move the space forward. But also talking about DAOs, what are some projects that you think are more effectively coordinated through a DAO?
Yeah, so I know several good DAOs, and one of them is pretty old one. It's like Metacartel, MCV, Metacartel Ventures. They're doing pretty good in terms of coordination, so it works for them. It's very old. I mean, in terms of DAO, it's kind of old. But there is a new one, like Nouns DAO, if you heard about this. It's a different approach. It's very cool because it's auctions for each NFT that gives you a vote. All the money goes to this treasury, and the cost of owning each NFT is insane. I don't know, it looks like the lowest price is like several hundreds of dollars that these nodes are being sold. So that's why all the guys who are like entering the space, they have a pretty huge stake in this, and that's kind of push them to coordinate effectively. It's like another pretty cool approach. So this may be the things that I can think right off the top of my head.
And what are some projects that you are a fan of, or that you think are really using DAOs for the full benefit?
I mean, like Aave, like as an obvious example, some of the stuff they go like Aavegotchi, and if I pronounced that correctly, I'm not sure. But like it's a lot of DeFi now that we see again, and like, you know, and like Maker DAO, and like some of these things. There's a lot of, you know, like utilities financial, you know, and a lot of the stuff right now in the DAOs. But they've, like, the thing about DeFi, you know, there's a lot of, for lack of a better term, like Ponzi schemes, like in DeFi and whatnot now. But we need that underlying infrastructure, like for decentralized finance to move into like a social DAO. So there's some financial infrastructure so people can quantify their immaterial labor like within the social DAO and, you know, get paid for it, you know, then have the fungibility to maybe, you know, take what they've earned within that DAO and then take it out, like again, going back to jurisdictions and legal things, like take it into like the real world essentially.
Yeah, we've definitely never seen technology like this that can bring everyone together in a verifiable way. Are there any projects that you think are more effectively coordinated through a DAO?
I mean, I guess the one example I would use that I've seen executed really well from a community standpoint is like the Friends with Benefits group. I think they are a great example of a DAO, collective value, shared wealth, you know, people coming in and contributing, building, like being like rewarded and incentivized from the DAO, like from the DAO's token, from equity within the company to feel like they're getting a piece for contributing. So I think that's probably one of the biggest success stories in like that space. I think there are a lot of other projects coming out where, you know, you have like a DAO that's like earning a percentage of like royalties or like shared ownership of like the value generated from the group. You know, you have like a lot of these like experimental NFT projects that are like creating DAOs around like a vault of NFTs that are owned and issuing a token that like has fractionalized value of the vault itself. Not sure how like legal or compliant that is, or like what jurisdictions can participate in those sorts of DAOs. But those are things that I think are really interesting and are being executed really well, especially when like things are kind of like still primitive in the DAO space. And I think the tools that are, I think Aragon and like a Gnosis Safe are like great tools for now to like set up like multi-sig wallets and like have like a DAO governance kind of structure. But I think there still needs to be a ton of innovation and like better and more accessible tools for like governance. I think most people use Snapshot right now. It's not perfect, but I think over time as the tools develop, I think people will come up with more innovative ways to develop DAOs.
And everything, as you mentioned, experimental, you know, figuring it out. People are starting to understand the, you know, available options of communities that they can join, social networking. And I think one experiment that we do have to keep an eye on, and I bring up the reversing aspect of a company to a DAO, is Shapeshift. So they're actually breaking up the company, moving forward, and turning themselves into a DAO. So it's going to be kind of interesting. Time will tell. Yep. We'll see how that plays out and kind of the nuances there. And you know, if they're successful, maybe we'll see other kind of centralized, you know, projects or companies do the same thing.
Yeah,
so
I think Shapeshift one was interesting, but I think that one was a little bit of an outlier because it was like a crypto native company. So I can kind of see, you know, Shapeshift founder always had a vision eventually to kind of decentralize their product and whatnot. But like I'm thinking more like, would Facebook ever turn into DAO, right? That it's a little bit harder for me to imagine, for example.
Reimagine 2021, the #1 global event in the metaverse.
Right now we're in Times Square. Times Square is taken over by NFTs. Over by NFTs. We're sitting on some of the most incredible events that are happening, and the only way you can get in is if you own one of these digital assets.
Now one of these digital assets is for sale for $3.2 million. It's an explosion like nothing we've ever seen on the planet.
It's something that you can't actually see, but that's why we're here, because you can actually see it.
Wealth is being generated at massive amounts.
In the form of digital billboards, in the form of merchandise. Some don't get the benefit. With NFTs, everyone shares in the benefit of the upside.
We're in Times Square. We're talking about the Dirty Bird Flight Club, the most exclusive club, I think, in events right now.
It's a generative NFT project, 9,090 birds, all made by Birdcap, a legendary muralist, and artist for us in 2020. We have a different artist every year in Dirty Bird. And all the birds kind of get you inside the Dirty Bird family, I would say. Yeah. I'm just really excited to talk to other people in the NFT community and to not be DJing the entire trip, just actually be talking to people and finding out about other projects and finding out different ways that we can expand our project through new technology and new ideas that other people.
So NFTs really give the opportunity to capture moments in time, to secure them with blockchain, crypto technology, and anyone can really own it, right, in a decentralized way. So this is really going to help a lot of photographers and underserved creatives, right, bridging the digital world, but also capturing real world moments. A moment in time is about collecting the community spirit, and it's all tokenized in the digital form.
And into the forefront, make crypto mainstream, help people along the way, and create an amazing community. And have a fuckload of fun.
So I'm a collector, and I look for promising artists who really don't have the exposure that they should. And I offer mentoring and my advice and try to kind of be a kingmaker and connect people. So you have teams like OpenSea. I mean, we're here in the Edison on the rooftop, and OpenSea is one of the featured blockchain NFT platforms here. Polygon you can mint for free. They've implemented gas-free minting on ETH. And then you have platforms like Harmony One who have a huge grants program. So it's just people taking a chance, believing in themselves, and it's folks like us that have to grab them and tell them, you can do this, take a chance, here's a little bit of the walkthrough. You have a lot of collectors out there that they just want to buy stuff that they know is going to go up, established projects that are going to turn a profit quickly. You have to take a chance on new creators. And for me, the high that I get from that is the elation that they feel that they just have the first investment in their work. And that empowers them to get better equipment, that empowers them to be able to travel and to build. And who knows, one day I could turn a profit on that photo, but it's not about that. It's about really bringing that person in the space and feel that love. And they're gonna be adopted into the space forever, building and contributing, and hopefully, if they make some money, helping others.
You're tuned into Reimagine 2021, version 11, the #1 virtual crypto and blockchain conference. Coming up, our guest speakers look at the intersection of two of the most talked about things in the blockchain space, DAOs and NFTs.
Yeah, it's almost proof of community. Proof and kind of proof of work in that sense. What are some ways you see, the coordination between DAOs and NFTs? Like, how do they fit together?
I think that they go really well together. For example, I look at Pleaser DAO and the acquisitions that they made within the NFT space in terms of what they've collected. I really love what Friends of Benefits has been doing. I guess I've been mentioning them quite a lot because they're the DAO that I've been spending most of my time researching and looking at. But they basically released these NFT kind of in-house incubated series with artists, and they're always so supported by the community that you're not needing to go from 0 to 1 for an artist who has not done NFT drops before, because you already have a community that's supporting and incubating this drop. So I think that's something that's an interesting relationship that I personally want to explore further. I also think that fractional ownership is something that's really interesting in terms of art, where maybe it's like, let's say an Andy Warhol piece, and maybe you can have 1,000 people own it at the same time. What does this mean? And I think a lot of that will have to come with DAOs and with the mechanisms that only DAOs can set up and provide.
Yeah, I think it's a great explanation of the Friends of Benefits DAO, and it's quite innovative that everyone can share in the upside. And yeah, I've definitely seen a lot of creative in that specific DAO join. Can you walk us through a little bit about, what do you think are some improvements needed for the whitelist and verification process for starting a lot of these DAOs?
Oh, for sure. It's funny that you speak of whitelist, because that's a topic that I'm really interested in, because before NFTs, whitelisting, I feel like, is not even a typically used word. You have blacklisting, but never whitelisting. And I think it's so interesting that now even that has been flipped over on its head. Within the past few months, it's become so necessary for any projects within the NFT space to be able to have whitelisting. And that's because, there's a crazy amount of bots that are starting to become very sophisticated in terms of hacking projects, in terms of finding source codes. For example, I was reading analysis about the timepieces drop and how the bots were able to game the system. So it's insane what people are doing in order to gain kind of like people with malicious intent, or how they're able to game the system and how they're able to influence a drop. So I think what's interesting too is how complicated a whitelist process can be. For example, for the artist DK Motion, he recently had a limited edition sale. His 1-of-1 was collected by Cosmo de Medici, an amazing NFT collector who's actually also collected one of our Thai pieces. But afterwards, DK received thousands of applications within a Google form application, where he's asking for people to really look through his history to try to get rid of any bots. So this includes how many sales he's had on NFT Gateway and other answers to questions that you really need to research and know the artist well in order to be able to complete the type form. What we did, like I mentioned earlier with our whitelist, is a secret code process where we're asking people to be involved throughout the week to weed out people who, are just in it for the short term, to have really long-term collectors who are there for the art and love the artist to have the best chances at winning the work. But I've seen so many interesting whitelist mechanisms happening in the space. For example, a couple months back with Tom Sachs' Rocket Factory project, their whitelist was really just a badge, and they didn't tell anyone what the badge was for, and they were just like, oh, this is something that you can claim. The creators of the Tom Sachs Rocket Factory project were telling me that they were expecting a lot of people to come onto the NFT space and for Tom Sachs to be their first exposure to collecting NFTs. So the reason why they wanted it to be a badge is that they wanted people to go through what it's like to connect your MetaMask and to get something without needing to pay for it. But a couple of days after everyone collected those badges, they then announced that it was actually a whitelist for the project. So I think there are a lot of interesting ways and interesting games that could be played on the whitelist that can really enhance the collector experience and make the community stronger, because, you know, we have people in our community who are working together to solve the clues. They're like, hey, like, I think it's this, I think it's that. They're having a lot of interesting conversations among themselves. And that's something that, like, that's something that without a whitelist system, you don't really have. Bringing your question back into DAOs, I mean, right now, FWB still goes through an approval process where you need to send in an application and not just have semi tokens to be approved. And I think that's very necessary for any DAO, because ultimately a DAO is made up by its members. And so you want high quality members, you want people who are in it for the right reasons, and you want people, you know, who are not coming in with malicious intent, because sometimes one or two person voice can be very loud and overpower a lot of other interesting voices. So I think that's also why whitelisting, or I guess in this sense, like approval processes for DAOs are so important.
Definitely, great explanation. I think people will start caring more as a lot of the centralized powers, you know, makes their world not the best. Can you sort of explain what is the relationship or coordination between NFTs and DAOs?
So one thing that we're starting to see with NFTs is this ability for a holder of an NFT to be able to gain access into certain digital places. So let's say a DAO is structured in a way where you need to be able to have a membership. In that scenario, you could provide someone with an NFT and they become part of that club, part of that membership, and their ownership of that NFT that they can prove gives them access. And so, you know, one of the things that we're seeing on Hedera, there's an application that's come up called Hash Squirrel, and it was a concept, the ability to hold an NFT to create spaces that are exclusive.
And are there any interesting, so it might not be competitive, so are there any interesting ways you see DAOs and NFTs having close coordination?
For sure. I mean, you know, we can see like NFT projects that are governed by DAOs, right? And they are the ones that control what NFTs come out, what utilities it could have. And so, yeah, there's definitely a lot of crossover and collaboration that we expect to see in there.
Can you explain what are the different categories of NFTs and where does the value actually derive from?
I mean, the value that we've seen so far is around just scarcity, right? Like, I know it's not really clear, but you know, it's definitely around scarcity, but that's just a starting point. As I mentioned, like, these things will evolve, and the value could be getting some sort of revenue share for holding an NFT, or getting some sort of privilege in a club or a membership of sorts. So the value will definitely matter and change across different types of NFTs. So, you know, the first step to that is just the artwork, and then it goes a lot more beyond that in terms of like what kind of utility use cases an NFT can provide, and the value would definitely be driven based on that.
So NFTs are expected to surpass the market cap of DAOs and their treasuries. Why do you think, you know, what is the main pull with NFTs? Why are they getting so popular?
It's really early to tell. Both of these innovations are like in the earlier stages. And so to say that NFTs would surpass DAOs is probably a bit too early. One reason could be that, you know, people can relate more to NFTs, right? So it can have broader appeal and more mass adoption happening around it. Whereas DAOs are a little bit more technical, they're a bit more involved, and, you know, the infrastructure is still not as mature as we're seeing for NFTs. But if you look at it a few years out, it's really hard to say. I mean, I don't think they compete with each other in any way, so the market caps for both would be quite large compared to what they are today.
Definitely, education is definitely the key, and, you know, some things are different, but a lot of things are the same. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. But how do you see NFTs and DAOs kind of coordinating with each other?
Yeah, I mean, you could have DAOs that exist because NFTs are kind of the gateway into that DAO. That's an interesting model. I think before we get into the NFT and DAO perspective, I think the main point of caution that people are having, especially with launching large DAOs is a distribution of power. If you have fungible tokens, let's say, and you have a token distribution event, whether through a sale or through an airdrop, you have to be very careful, because if you distribute too much to a small set of users and that project appreciates and that token appreciates, then all of a sudden you have that wealth disparity that we're trying to avoid, I guess, or trying to minimize, right? And also the power concentration. I think that's also something that is always at the top of minds for people who are building decentralized structures. But with NFTs, I think you're now marrying, perhaps let's take the culture side of things. Maybe in order to be part of this DAO, you have to be very passionate about photography, and you have to wear that, or you have to basically acquire this photography badge that gets you access to all these different perks and community benefits, which also govern the DAO. So if you're a ticket holder, or if you're an NFT holder, if you will, then you have access to this DAO, and that's kind of like this, I guess the way you kind of know in the regular world is it's like a club. And you're seeing that with Friends with Benefits, you're seeing that with Bored Apes, and I'm sure a bunch of other bigger NFT projects, where they're really trying to create this community, but also also control its quality a little bit, and making sure that's high quality, because if you open the floodgates too early, then it might dilute the culture.
I think, I like your take on that. Maybe it won't impact everyone, but the people that care and are invested in it for sure. And lastly, can you sort of explain, how do NFTs and DAOs work in coordination with each other?
Yeah. So I think what we're seeing a lot of right now is DAOs and collectives, like groups of people coming together and like investing in things, and using DAOs as like an investment vehicle, or like an entity of sorts, where people can like acquire artwork, like group invest, etc. And I think on the other side of that, you can start having like creator collectives, music collectives, people kind of organizing these DAOs to either like further improve NFTs, release NFTs, like spin up, fundraisers around NFTs, and maybe social causes too can spin up DAOs instead of like registering as like a formal entity. I think a lot of the regulations and frameworks need to change and excuse me, and have clearer guidance, because right now it is a nightmare to legally and compliantly set up a DAO. Most of these DAOs are operating probably illegally or in violation of SEC or AML laws to an extent. But I think over time, once we have clearer guidance, I think DAOs represent an opportunity for communities or groups of people to come together and do things, or set up like entities or projects. And I think NFTs themselves can serve as access points to these communities and groups. They already are through the PFPs and Discord channels and stuff like that, access to value, experiences, etc. But I also think these DAOs can create NFTs, or like innovate on them, build tools and applications like the FWB community is doing. So I think they're synonymous, but also they can function kind of separately.
Yeah, we definitely need better tooling. I think it's gonna people are going to create more DAOs. Can you sort of break down what are the difference for community incentives in participating in a DAO versus NFT projects?
So I think with a DAO, you can have, I guess, bounties or like incentives or rewards for people for completing certain tasks, like helping with the community, building, throwing events, like actually like coding or like developing like infrastructure for the DAO, or like apps, etc. So I think on that front, it's cool because you can get paid out in the DAO token, like have some sort of inherent value attached to it, or maybe not. Maybe it's all pure speculation, or maybe you just want to be more involved and like own a piece, and like because you are so passionate about it, you want to have more votes, more governance power. And so I think those kinds of incentives are like great. I think with regards to NFT projects, it's a little bit different because it's not necessarily DAO focused. Like you can have like people collaborating on an NFT project, but you don't know how that's getting split up. It's like very like manual. Like you can say like this artist gets 5%, this artist gets 4%, this artist gets like 10%. The marketing company gets like 40% or something like that. And I think there is an opportunity maybe to like bridge these things with DAOs, but I think a multi-sig wallet in most cases would function properly. Or maybe even just like, you know, I think the cool thing about like what we're building at Doing Good is we actually enable like on-chain, like automatic splits of collaborators. So you can have like middlemen, agencies, managers, like galleries, like 10, 20 collaborators, and you just set up what each is receiving from a single NFT, from a group of NFTs, and that's all paid out automatically. So you wouldn't necessarily need a DAO or like any sort of like advanced like entity for that, unless you were starting a project or a collective and you wanted a percentage of that going to a treasury, in which case you could have a multi-sig wallet as a beneficiary of the NFT sales as a percentage. And then that could go into the DAO treasury and maybe like fund future projects, fund legal, or like maybe just fund like a cool NFT NYC party.
Definitely, I think your breakdown is going to help a lot of people understand, you know, which communities they want to sort of participate in. Definitely, they're going to need a new incentive, and it's quite interesting how the paradigm is shifting. Do you see any convergence between NFTs and DeFi use cases?
Yeah, I think one that's particularly interesting is that of identity. So the ENS domain names is particularly interesting. I see it's not clear to me yet how identity for an investor or a DeFi participant is solved for in a decentralized way. There are a couple of ways to be looking at this. Regulated capital looks at it today through intermediaries such as crypto custodians or centralized exchanges that do onboarding and KYC. But can we now, in the construct of DeFi, think about solving for that using NFTs? You know, absolutely. I think it's early days, but we look at this problem very closely, and I guess it's too early to say how we will end up, but we would definitely begin to see more of this technology being applied for that particular use case in DeFi.
So yeah, relating to DeFi, you're talking about this intersection. How for those that are learning about DeFi at the moment, checking into this conference, NFTs, trying to understand it, how do you see kind of that coming into the DeFi space, NFTs?
Yeah, so I think you're going to have a sort of a collision between NFT and DeFi in a really interesting way, in that a lot of these NFT users and creators are going to say, hey, we've got these NFTs, they're kind of sitting here, what can we do with them? And there's options right now. If you look at NFTX or some of the other platforms like that, you basically can take your NFT and turn it into an ERC20, which is what a normal token sort of we see. So you take the floor tokens, you can wrap them or fractionalize them and essentially put them into AMM pools, and now you can start generating fees. People can trade NFTs just like they would tokens. And this is very interesting because now you can take all those tokens, you can do yield farming on them, you can put them into future swap and create perpetual markets on them, so you can do leveraged CryptoPunks. So it will really, in terms of use cases, just as soon as those doors and bridges start to open up, you're going to get even more users who are interested in, oh wow, how do we take the NFT world and the DeFi world, and how do I make use of this?
I think that definitely makes sense. There'll be like a blend, and it's kind of abstract. Like it's not like a company can just buy this, right? It's a lot of community-driven value. What industry do you think NFTs will disrupt next?
So yeah, as I said, like DAOs, it's pretty close usage, growing usage in DAO, then gaming, and then some mainstream things. Social networks is also one of the interesting fields because it's like it's all about communities, and social networks, they really like searching for either using NFTs inside, like Twitter announced this usage for NFTs. They're building some stuff around, and Facebook announced. So all the social media, they kind of understand that the value and either just trying to be ahead, or NFT will disrupt them, I guess, at some point. So social networks is one other target. Yeah.
Yeah, so how do you think, let me ask you this. So NFTs have surpassed the market cap of DAOs. So do you think this trend will continue or DAOs will also grow?
Depending how you count the DAO's market cap. It's like money that DAOs holds, or how you count
The social DAOs that exist out there.
Yeah, but how to calculate the like market cap for the DAO?
I guess the kind of like NFT projects are creating their own DAOs versus just native DAOs, kind of like the treasury that they're being governed.
So again, like for me, it's hard to say because it's dependent on how we define this DAO market cap and NFT tokens market cap. So I don't know really how to kind of measure them. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I think for treasuries it could be any size of like amount of money locked, but for it's more about, I don't know, some new like ways to work with the capital, so you can move like a lot of money to treasuries. But for NFTs, if we're like counting trades, this is more about users and how many users, what is the users influx, and this is more about like bringing like mainstream audience and yeah, so it's I don't know how to measure this actually.
A lot of space for efficiency. Yeah. And when talking about things like the market size, why do you think the NFT market size and value is so much larger than the DAOs that exist?
I think DAOs is next, honestly. And again, NFT can be as like almost a tangible concept. You can like art as it exists now, or a physical object and whatnot. DAOs, okay. So what has happened? Okay, so last year DeFi started to bring like a blockchain mainstream. Can't remember the total value lock like a year ago, or was like not even $1 billion probably, you know. And now we're approaching like $200 billion. So that's really brought things mainstream. You have meme coins and all this kind of stuff coming in. Meme coins used to think they didn't have any utility, but they do, because they bring the general public into blockchain. And so so we're bringing people into blockchain now. And so with DAOs, I think DAOs and social is what's going to start this next year. It's really going to drive mainstream adoption of blockchain generally. And so with the DAO, but it's so complicated. You know, a lot of things are probably legal, honestly. If you have different jurisdictions, like you have the States, you have like, you know, different countries in Europe, you know, different countries in Africa and whatnot, like, you know, they all have different rules on how things should be governed. So if you want to be legal, these DAOs have to address these legal issues. I think, you know, personally, that's probably like one of the number one issues, is figure out how these things can legally operate. But you can have a DAO and you can change the world. You can, you know, create the metaverse on a DAO, but if no one can like use it legally, like Facebook going to take over, you know, like, and so we need to get some of these things in place, like, so that like people can use it all over the world.
Comparing this to DAOs, why do you think the value of NFTs have surpassed the value of DAOs?
Because DAOs are difficult. DAOs are very difficult. There are a variety of different sorts of DAOs. Some of the most well-known DAOs are the investment DAOs, that to get into it, you actually have a fairly significant barrier to entry. You have to invest, let's say it's $10,000 just to be part of it. The non-investment DAOs, the ones that are more community-driven, you don't have to invest anything except for your time and your energy. And some people don't have disposable time, and some people don't have disposable energy. I know I don't. No. But the goal here, though, is these DAOs that are working and focusing on capturing that enthusiasm to out-innovate and out-produce other organizations. You still have a massive human coordination cost. And we haven't quite cracked. There are a lot of tools out there, a lot of amazing things that are being done, but we haven't quite cracked the mental model that we need to work in a DAO. We've cracked what it takes to acquire, collect, and hold art. Like, that's been going on for thousands of years. But we haven't quite cracked this idea of, I'm gonna work for free in a community, and the community is gonna value my contribution and give me value in return for my contribution to that community.
Looking forward, what is that one use case do you think will be next for disrupting the industry with NFTs?
It's going to be social related, and it's going to tie into DAOs too. You know, it's going to be like, you know, as we know, like crypto wallets are super complicated, you know, for the general public to use. But there's solutions now like Magic or Fortmatic that have come out there where you can like log in with like your phone number or like your email address and like that. And so that's going to bring even more beyond meme coins and stuff like that, more of the general public in to interact with, again, like DAOs and NFTs and social networks. And I'm confident like this next year is like, and I know just from being like on the ground level, we have a large grant program at Conflux. A lot of social networks coming in. Like I'm not talking about like a Facebook or something like that. One very interesting one is called T Squared. They're like, I want to say like a collective medium. So people like create knowledge and share knowledge, and then they gain tokens for actually like, you know, interacting with knowledge, which is cool. And that's the social network built around knowledge. And so some of these things are going to come out where the general public can interact. And I'm actually probably going to facilitate this class at University of Washington, like on T Squared, so the students can learn how to use blockchain social networks, and then they can create, you know, they can create via this as a new medium for creation.
At Teller, we know your project is only as decentralized as your source of data. DeFi depends on oracles to supply real-world data, making it valuable infrastructure, but vulnerable to attack if centralized. Teller uses a decentralized data community, offering complete censorship resistance. Teller is a proud sponsor of REIMAGINE. Teller, data cryptofied.
You're tuned in to REIMAGINE 2021. Yes, it is I, your friendly mutant, non-fungible, totally not boring, totally not 453, but rather 452 ape. As you know, I was born of a yacht club, and it's definitely easy to get carried away with exaggerating just how glamorous it is to go on weekend sails to exotic tropical islands and all of that. But trust me, it's not all it's made out to be. Sometimes you even have to cook for yourself in the salty air. The point I'm getting at is that we often glamorize that which is new and foreign to us, as long as it seems to be a solution to all of your problems. And this is true with the concept of decentralization. Although decentralization is helping the humans reinvent many of their outdated ways of living, it definitely comes with its drawbacks. Up next, we'll turn to see just what some of the common misconceptions of decentralization are, what it can do, what it can't do, but don't take it from me. I can do whatever I want. I'm a trust fund, baby, remember?
You thought DeFi was just a buzzword, did you? You thought you could remove our face from your books without a legitimate explanation, did you? Does a mask on Ben Franklin offend you? Or perhaps the symbolism frightens you, because it represents the end of your arbitrary decisions made in the name of elitism? Well, I've got news for you. The decentralized financial revolution isn't letting up, and we will not be silenced. The future is being determined under your nose. I suggest you wake up.
You're tuned in to Reimagine 2021, version 11, the #1 virtual crypto and blockchain conference. In this next segment, our expert speakers talk about the many drawbacks of using DAOs.
And we've talked a lot about the positive aspects of DAOs. What are some drawbacks or limitations you see of DAOs?
Yeah, I think any structure that is governed by a large group is going to be less efficient than an organization governed by a small group, right? One of my favorite quotes in the investment world is an investment committee should be an odd number and 3 is too many. Because groups, right, it's just tough to get them together. It's tough to have them make the decision you as the head of the group want. So there will be some dynamics that people have to get used to. If you think about hierarchies with a very powerful CEO, with a crony board, they can make decisions very quickly. They can react very quickly. They can monopolize very quickly. In a DAO first world, you have to convince the community, right, that your proposal to change the governance structure is a good one. And then you have to get people to actually see that there was a proposal. You got to get people to vote on the proposal. So there are definitely implementation challenges to a DAO first world. You have the typical criticism that not everybody who participates in every organization is qualified to participate in governance. And again, I don't like that school of thought, but I guess there's some truth to it. Not everybody is as informed, but to me, voting broadly is a good example of that, right? We just had election day yesterday, and some would say, oh, we should go back to how it was, that the landowners, voted on behalf of the people that lived on the land because those people weren't educated enough. I'm like, no, that's BS. Everyone should have a vote. And we should do it through blockchain, and we should know the results instantaneously, and we shouldn't have the question of vote early, vote often, like in Chicago, or don't vote at all because you couldn't get to the polling place. Punch it on your phone, simple to identify on a blockchain, but we haven't gotten there yet. A lot of vested interest in there. But everyone should, I think, have a vote, even if they may or may not be quote unquote qualified. So I think, but I do think that is a implementation challenge of a DAO world. I think another challenge is just the legacy systems fighting the transition. And what they'll do first is they'll throw up regulatory roadblocks and say, well, that isn't legally viable. Right? We've seen a little bit of that. I think Wyoming's the only state that has said a DAO is a legal form of ownership. And so states could fight it. And I think they will, right? I mean, we're in that first, then they fight you stage. So I think that's a challenge to overcome. And then, there are technical challenges. Everyone talks about the DAO in 2016 that got hacked. Well, it wasn't the structure that got hacked. It was the, custody of the assets. And look, you can put your assets at an exchange with, 2 guys and their dog. You might deserve to get it stolen. You don't really deserve it, but you might get it stolen. If you go to a Coinbase or a Kraken or a Gemini, you're not likely to get things stolen. So it wasn't the structure that got hacked, it was the custody that got hacked.
I think that was an excellent breakdown, and I agree. There's something to be said about informed decision making. Looking forward, what are some drawbacks to DAOs that you're aware of?
I would say the biggest drawback for DAOs right now is probably the gray area they're kind of in, and whether or not they're set up legally, whether they're in violations of SEC laws, all that kind of fun stuff that still applies to tokens, cryptocurrencies, and blockchain stuff. I've heard stories already of people, groups of people getting together, trying to create their own funds, spin up a DAO, they do a private raise, and then they seek legal counsel, because legal counsel in blockchain is insanely expensive. And there's very few experts in the field. And basically they go to their legal counsel, and the legal counsel is like, no, you got to give that money back like right away. Like, whoa, you like stop. Like, let's like go back, do this properly. And so I think it's tricky because like on one side, in order to have a competitive advantage in this space and like be first and like, you know, do things quickly, you want to take these risks. But in some cases, we don't know what the repercussions of a lot of those risks are going to be. So you have to like have like a balance of like risk tolerance and proper like guidance and compliance. I think the only way blockchain will ever get to a point where we want it to be and where it's mainstream and like adopted in everyday life is there needs to be like clear frameworks and regulations and like compliance. And that's for everything, DAOs, NFTs, crypto, etc. And it's difficult because right now every country has kind of different ways they treat it. So I think if there's any sort of advice I can give on like people who are getting into DAOs, it's just like, you can do it, just make sure you're getting proper guidance from like legal experts. It's gonna cost money, but you have to think of that as an investment in your future and your safety, like going forward.
Definitely, and you want to create a good community. It's kind of like, you know, proof of work in that sense that you're actually contributing to a lot of the DAOs.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, on the flip side, you know, what are some of the drawbacks or limitations that you see of DAOs?
DAOs right now, I think the biggest limitation across the board is this idea that it's the solution for everything. That's happened with anything in crypto, right? You have blockchain. The blockchain doesn't solve world hunger. I mean, it might in some indirect way, which I don't really know how to articulate now, but it's not gonna solve world hunger just because it's on chain, right? So same thing with DAOs. Just because a DAO is this kind of has this narrative that's very democratizes certain things or puts power in the individual, things that we've been talking about over the last hour or so. Just because it has that promise also doesn't mean that it's a solution for everything. And I think that's the tension that we're seeing now is a lot. I'm sure there's a handful of projects that are saying, oh, let's do a DAO right now. And it may not be the right time to do it. Or maybe it's not a right time to ever do it. Or maybe on the flip side, there might be people who are even too skeptical and they're saying, oh, well, we're not going to go into a DAO because it's just too esoteric and too difficult to understand, and perhaps the DAO is actually exactly the right solution. I think maybe the conclusion here is if you want this community and you want to align incentives, one possible route that is a really good solution is a DAO. There's also other ways to do it, but that's one possible route.
We talked a lot about the positive aspects of DAOs. Are there any drawbacks that you see of DAOs, limitations?
The limitation that I see today is really just the infrastructure has not been developed yet, and that's not such a big limitation. It'll definitely get solved in the coming months and years. And so as the infrastructure becomes more robust, we'll start to see more adoption of DAOs. Another limitation that I see is how the structures of DAOs will be, right? Like, how will they be structured? Will there be a hierarchy? What will that hierarchy mean? And I feel like that is an advantage that centralized entities have at the moment, right? They have a clear leadership with a clear vision. There are teams, there's a hierarchy, there are expectations and goals to be met, and they have access to human capital and financial capital, and they deploy it with precision. And so we're yet to see that and how that's going to play out with DAOs. But I have no doubt that that's going to be something that we'll see in the coming future. And we've seen this kind of theme in the crypto space where there is a new innovation that happens and it works, and then other projects and teams start to copy that. And at first it's just everybody's doing that one same thing, but then you start to see variations of it. We saw that when Binance, for instance, launched a centralized exchange with a utility token, right? That was an innovation. As far as I know, they were probably the first one to do that. And with the success of that, we started to see other centralized exchanges starting to follow in that footsteps and launching these tokens. And with DeFi, we see the innovation of yield farming, which was just an amazing growth hacking technique. And we're still seeing the same techniques being applied, but with slight variations, right? So there are projects that are now trying to innovate around that model, trying to see what could work better in that sense. And so with DAOs, we'll probably start to see some sort of a standard being set, and then we'll see other DAOs following the same standards, and then it'll start to innovate and evolve into even better models over time.
Now, on the flip side, are there any drawbacks to DAOs or limitations that you're aware of?
A lot. It's not easy to coordinate. The easiest thing for anybody to do is do something that somebody else told them to. And that's how corporate structure works. You have one person at the top who is the visionary, who says, we're going to go this direction, and everybody follows them. And that's easy. It doesn't require any sort of personal growth innovation. It doesn't even require you to figure out what you're going to do on a given Tuesday afternoon. DAOs are very, very different because you have to get out of bed yourself, go and sign into the DAO and figure out what it is you're going to do. So that makes it much more difficult than having somebody say, be at your desk at 9 a.m., type out these TPS reports, and come back in 6 hours and I'll give you a paycheck. So that's really, really difficult. The other thing that's difficult that we can crack, because it's a technological hurdle, not a mental model hurdle, is the coordination through the various different tools online, right? There are some really great ones out there already. DAO House is a fantastic framework for DAOs. Aragon is another fantastic framework. There are some that are coming, like Tribute DAO, who has a brilliant way of forming this various different structures on top and inside of what a DAO ends up being. Same with projects like Orca Protocol or Colony, who have DAOs within DAOs within DAOs. So it's kind of like turtles all the way down. But what that allows you to do is coordinate on a large scale across many different initiatives, which becomes really, really powerful. But those products and those tools aren't live yet. Well, some of them are live, but they're not widely adopted. And that's what we have to get to. And there's also payroll, and there's also, recognizing contributions. The tools are starting, we'll get there, but those are some close hurdles for us to get over.
We talked a lot of positive aspects of DAOs. Are there any drawbacks of DAOs that you're aware of?
I think that there are a couple of DAOs, I'm not going to name names, that I've participated in where I just found that, when the community is not in the right mindset, like when a DAO is created for the sake of creating a DAO, or when a DAO is created just for monetary reasons, a lot of times it goes sideways. But I think a lot of it is related to, the purpose and mission behind the DAO. And I want to emphasize again why the approval process is so important, because you want to have the right people come in, the right people who have the right ideas and opinions about what they want to create in the space. That's more than just making money. That's more than just creating a DAO for the sake of creating a DAO.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. There's not just one model. There's, either you can monetize or sort of offer services in a better coordinated way. But also on the flip side, maybe not everything should be a DAO, right? So what are some of the drawbacks or limitations of DAOs?
So now the biggest limitation, in my opinion, is just the lack of clear best practices, how to structure the governance. And usually it's pretty ineffective at the end. So yeah, so it should be a balance between like completely open voting and some, I don't know, quick decisions. So always like when you have this open voting, it's pretty slow. Yeah, and it's good for investment DAOs, actually. It works pretty well because it's rare. You have to have like one decision in a month or something, so it could be done in this open voting way. It's perfect. But for DAOs that work with the products, you have to create to do like a lot of operational decisions, so it doesn't work well. Yeah, and nobody is actually figure out. I guess Maker, by the way, Maker DAO, they have a pretty interesting structure. They almost like replicate their corporate structure, but in a way of like decentralized groups working together. It's pretty cool, interesting, but it's always this is like one of the kind. So there is no like several other DAOs doing the same thing, because it's hard. really like it's not so easy. I mean, it's lots of like procedures and processes they made, so it's hard to replicate. So the lack of these frameworks just stopping DAOs from being effective. And yeah.
And it's interesting, you only need a couple of community members, and that itself is a DAO. But kind of shifting from governance to governments, how do you think decentralized governance can fix some of the problems with governments?
You mean with kind of country governments or what?
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, how to fix? I don't know. In my opinion, the problem isn't here with governments. It's the problem somewhere else, not about like just DAOs or the process of the voting. Usually it's on some social level rather than technical.
Are DAOs scalable? You have a bunch of members, community members, core members, moderators, right? Different roles depending on how you want to take, how they want to take that on. Is that scalable to execute, to present proposals, have participation amongst the greater community? How do you see DAOs? Are DAOs scalable?
I think DAOs are scalable, but you've expressed a bunch of key challenges in terms of what happens with large community stakeholders. There's no way that I can vote on even all the issues that are in front of all the DAOs that I am participating in as an individual stakeholder. So I think we're going to see a lot of cool stuff around pioneering of delegated voting, right? This ability to say, I trust your judgment on this set of issues and I'm going to delegate to you my voting rights. So I think that could be incredibly powerful, and I think it will offer some really interesting pictures about how enterprises could evolve, because the level of shareholder participation in many enterprises is actually very low. And perhaps our whole economy would be better served with a higher level of engagement across the board.
Do you see any drawbacks to like some of these DAOs?
Well, I think there is a challenge of opaqueness. Who is actually running these? And there is real questions of control and who is in control of something, and what are their incentives for controlling it. And there's a lot of kind of perverse incentives that get rolled into this when we start thinking about it at scale. Right now it's all these like friendly builders and early VCs, and we're all like in it together. It really feels like, which keeps people aligned, but that's not going to be the way it is forever. And I think the drawback is that it's probably going to also be easy for this stuff to go in a direction that people don't want. Mm-hmm. And then there will be a question of how do you fork something? Can you keep it going if you fork something? What structures could have been there to avoid that being happening in the first place? What should the power structures be aligned with? Should it be aligned with capital? Should it be aligned with users? Some combination of both. The drawbacks I think of are the open questions.
And you brought a couple of them up, just kind of like staying the course of the DAO, and then also this can be the complexity of how complicated it is. I mean, there's 4-person DAOs, there's lots of members within DAOs. Do you see DAOs being like the new legal entity organizational structure moving forward?
So a lot will have to change for a DAO to be, like, for example, a DAO can't enter into a contract. It can't own a trademark, at least at the moment. So when we say legal entity, it's like, what do you want to accomplish? You want to pay a contractor in USDC? Like, great. It's not a legal entity, but you got what you needed to get to. I do think that's where we're going to end up. I think that there's just so much more opportunity to try out new things in existing corporations that we'll probably find something that's a little better.
And then going back to the incentive part and the DAO structure, I feel everybody's aligned, right? Like the investor, the stakeholder. Most of the time. They all are striving for one goal. What about infrastructure, like spinning one up? Do you think we're at a moment where the tooling and everything will come out to make it easier to kind of ramp up on DAOs?
I think it's still pretty early. Okay. It's still pretty expensive. but the tools are much better than they were before. And I think there's going to be a lot of innovation in that. And I think there's going to be a lot of innovation in treasury management as well, which is, you have these DAOs with billions of dollars. What do you do with that money? How do you allocate that money to your community? I think that's the real challenge that needs to be figured out, because if you have a lot of capital and you're not allocating it, it's kind of not being productive.
And do you see enterprises and traditional companies dealing with DAOs?
I see them dealing with DAOs. Yeah. I think it's going to be very hard for them to DAOify themselves. Yeah. And they're going to compete with DAOs. And I don't know how effective they'll be competing there.
Any drawbacks to DAOs that you can think of?
Yeah, I mean, DAOs they require more energy in terms of, we've got this system of creating an LLC and a company or corporation right now. And that's pretty well figured out. We've got tons of lawyers and law firms and all these things that can help you in the court system, that can help figure out any issues. We're just, threw away all that and said, we want to create this in a decentralized way. We have to figure all that out, right? So there's quite a bit of growth and experimentation here. So I think the drawbacks to DAOs are, you need to be more open. You need to learn how to communicate. You need to learn a different skill set than you had before to make this more effective. And there's going to be a lot of screw-ups. There's going to be a lot of learnings. But those who figure it out are going to unlock an incredible amount of potential.
So do you follow DAOs, and what are your thoughts on DAOs currently?
Yeah, I guess I'm not paying as much attention to DAOs. They are, on the positive side, I will say they're definitely something very cool in that they might have seemed impossible, 12 years ago, and now you can actually do them. Whether they're a good idea, what you gain in terms of not having to sort of have ambiguous, arbitration go to legal places where there's kind of unknown outcomes because they're subjective questions. You lose in that bugs can be just absolutely catastrophic.
What do you mean by bugs in what sense?
Well, for example, look at the ETC, the Ethereum Classic fork, right? Because there was literally the question was should we compensate for a bug in a DAO, right?
I only asked because some of our audience wasn't sure you're talking technical, kind of within the code and the software.
It's terrifying, right? You're writing this software, and the bug bounty is built right into the software. If there's any kind of bug, and you can't upgrade it, right? So,
and kind of leading to my next question, do you think they're scalable, right? You have DAO communities of less than 5. You have DAO communities that are in the tens and if not more. So you think from a proposal standpoint, as you mentioned, execution, people contributing, do you think these DAOs can operate efficiently?
That's a good question, actually, and that's probably a lot of DAOs are actually going through right now, right? I think a lot of these DAOs kind of started off really small, and as they have kind of grown because there's a lot of interest, how do you coordinate a large group of people at a scale? And that's just a hard problem in general. Even for companies as they scale, they go through these struggles, and a lot of that is about organizational structure. So it is I think a problem that a lot of companies or any organization goes through in general. For DAOs, I think good practice still haven't been established. So I think it is even more difficult to kind of do it right at a scale. And we're still in the kind of exploratory phase of how to really DAO at a scalable manner.
That's great. I think it will supercharge that social network, right? Are there any drawbacks to DAOs?
There are.
Staying on course, right? If there's a DAO for a specific purpose, an objective, if one veers, maybe some aren't contributing. What are some of the drawbacks that you may anticipate?
I think the drawbacks for DAOs, and I would say DAOs are not for everything. First of all, it has pros and cons. I think the pros is that you can basically try to capture this collective intelligence from the community, and also kind of trying to basically have this ownership mindset to a lot of the DAO members. But that also means that you always need to get a consensus among these DAO members to act on something. And getting a consensus, especially if the scale becomes big, is very costly actually to get to consensus on a specific topic. So as a result, what that means is that, from an execution speed perspective, that's going to slow down quite a bit, because you always have to really try to convince the community this is the right thing to do. If there is backlash on that, you need to convince them, otherwise you need to change the direction. So there's a lot of those kind of back and forth that need to happen. And that's kind of I would say from a product development perspective, it's probably cons, right? If you look at Ethereum, right, I'm sure Ethereum would have gone to Ethereum 2.0 much faster if it was run as more like a company. But if Ethereum was run like a company, it probably wouldn't be as big as where it is. So it has pros and cons and trade-offs, but the trade-off is that you probably won't be able to have that kind of execution speed.
Mutant Ape 452 here. If there's one thing I know as an ape, it's that human beings can go a little bananas when they try to get organized into well-functioning communities without the right kind of leadership. It's just a fact of nature of the hairless degenerates that somehow, some way, the alpha gorilla, the CEOs, the presidents, the de facto leaders, more than often end up with too much power, and their centralized control becomes a single point of weakness. In that case, all that it takes to bring down the house of cards is for a single actor to slip on a peel. But one of the interesting developments in the world of crypto and Web3 is the emergence of what is called a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization, where no single actor is in charge and no single point of failure puts the livelihood of an operation in jeopardy. With the evolution of business reaching its modern apex at the birth of the DAO, it's now possible for entire communities to govern a company, a project, or the development of software, amongst other things. Stay tuned to find out more about this revolution in decentralizing technology. Ape into decentralization, folks, and opt out of the old school.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vair. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
You're tuned into Reimagine 2021, version 11, the #1 virtual crypto and blockchain conference. In this upcoming section of Reimagine, our panel of guests and industry experts look at what has driven DAOs into the mainstream over the last year.
What barrier do you currently see with DAOs that's keeping them from going mainstream?
I would say 2, maybe 3 different things. On the very, very top level, there is, and this is super, super high level, there is a corporate governance, corporate organizational barrier that's keeping them from going mainstream. We have some great developments in Wyoming around the Wyoming DAO LLC law that allows you to use the same liability shields that big corporations use to protect their fat bank accounts, to be able to protect the members inside the DAO. And that's super valuable. But what we have, I mean, that only happened 2 or 3 months ago, July 1st. And so we don't have a long case study, or we don't have case law or experimental evidence about how that will actually work. We just know it's a good idea to go down that path. Other things that are keeping us from mass adoption. It's really difficult to walk into somebody who they have always lived their life thinking about a 9-to-5 job. Their parents thought about a 9-to-5 job. Their parents' parents thought it. It's multi-generational. The mindset is, I have to go to work. I'm gonna grab my briefcase, put on my hat, kiss my wife, walk out the door, right out of 1950s, leave it a Beaver, and go to work. And then come home at the end of the day, and then I'm done. The DAO mental framework is very, very different. For me, and what I look at with all the DAOs on Harmony, the first thing I say is, you're not married to one DAO. We are non-monogamous when it comes to DAOs. We're all about polyamory, right? Like, I can be in love with this DAO and that DAO and this DAO and that DAO. And that concept already has some problems, some complications, both from a legal mindset as well as from how I work. Legally, most of the corporations that you deal with as an employee, you have a fiduciary responsibility. DAOs are different, especially if they've been organized there in Wyoming, where their legal of duty that's owed to other people in the DAO and other DAOs is good faith and fair dealing, which means that I have the ability to have what historically have been called conflicts of interest when I'm inside of a DAO. So if I'm inside of, let's say, Sam's DAO, and I'm doing something that's competitive against somebody else's DAO, that's okay if they both know that I'm part of both DAOs. I have issued good faith. I'm dealing fairly with my community. But the mental model is still broken because we still think about things as though I'm going to a 9-to-5 and I'm going to punch my punch card. So those are 2 pretty good ones. And it's just the fact that it's not socially acceptable yet to say I work in a DAO, because people don't understand what that means. I work in a DAO, I get paid in crypto. Who are you? Like, what sort of science fiction novel did you come out of? It is the future. I really highly believe, and you can see this traditionally in employment, where our grandparents worked at the same company for 40 years. Our parents would only work at the same company to 5 to 10 years. Our children are not even gonna work at the same company. They're gonna work at 4 or 5 different DAOs. Like, that is the progress. And this technology is what's making it possible.
So lastly, what needs to happen? What is the solution for DAOs to really go mainstream?
DAOs going mainstream is basically gonna require, well, let's put it this way. What needed to happen for streaming to become mainstream, right? The whole streaming wars, your Netflixes and your Disney Pluses and all the other plus programs. And what happened was those organizations released this content that was magnetic. House of Cards dragged people to Netflix. People subscribed just for that thing. Same with like Daredevil or Mandalorian on Disney Plus. That same thing needs to happen in DAOs. There has to be something that drags a population to the DAO because of whatever it is that becomes magnetic. Now, I'm a little bit more of a visionary than probably my close companions and the people in my life would prefer. But the idea is I want to have something practical that when somebody says, hey, what is it you do? And I talk to them about a DAO, they're like, oh, I want to be part of that. It's like that's what we did with Mandalorian. That's what we did with House of Cards. We would talk about that show and everyone's like, oh, I want to watch that too. And so they would sign up for Disney Plus. They'd sign up for Netflix. And so that's what we need, is that product, that one thing that then changes everybody's mindset and says, ooh, what about me?
Future is going to be exciting, and it's going to be exciting to see, you know, more community members get involved collectively.
You bring up some good points on the proof of work, like how much do you contribute to this DAO? And that's how DAOs are going to survive. And I think for those watching, trying to understand what DAOs are, blockchain, crypto, Web 2.0, 3.0, where we're so used to, you know, your Facebooks, your Apples, your Googles, where they're extracting value out of the end user, where DAOs are an additive, giving value back to the users. So to your point, you know, a lot of the contributions are valuable, and you definitely got to be passionate. I think there's going to be so many DAOs that spin up, whether it's, you know, it has to be more than 2. Yeah. There's some DAOs that are less than 5 people. There's some DAOs that are more. But I think it's all interesting, and we'll kind of see, you know, where this goes. What do you think is needed for DAOs to hit mainstream?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that resemble DAOs already, right? Any online forum, I think that in itself is kind of looks like a DAO to me, right? People are contributing their insights. Any kind of Reddit thread, there are moderators that protect the speech or the activity going on. There's people that contribute the activity going on, and there's people that create the platform on which the activity is going on, right? Reddit itself, you know, they're already going pretty crypto, right? But I think that in itself, like any type of forum you see where it's not just about earning value, but about earning digital reputation, right? Everyone wants to have like 5 or 6 stars on the forum, and, you know, saying this guy's been an OG since 2015 in the altcoin talk or Bitcoin talk Reddit, right? I think that's pretty interesting in itself. Another example is just that Waze app, right? The map app that people will go and say, here's a pothole, here's a police officer, here's this and that, right? Where my contribution is adding value to other people that use this app, where I don't get any proceeds from that, not even a point. I don't get any Waze points I could redeem for cash. So if Waze and what they created was meant to be, or was created as a DAO instead, I think it would make a lot more sense, right? So it's really about getting people comfortable with the fact that their contributions can also get them something in return. Probably going to start with assets, but also digital reputation is very, very important in the age of NFTs. So yeah, we'll really see how this evolves over time.
And what's sort of preventing DAOs from going mainstream right now?
Again, legal. That's one to say, because every country's got a different jurisdiction, you know, and like we want blockchain in the decentralized world like to include everyone, and so that's like the biggest hurdle. So I really see honestly probably emerging markets maybe even leading the way on some of these things, like like how a lot of emerging markets have skipped the personal computer and gone straight up to like smartphones or cell phones and that kind of stuff. I think a lot of them will skip traditional company structures and go to DAO.
Same thing with NFT, NYC, right? That not too many people a few years back, and obviously now there's a lot of individuals going and things happening. Same thing in the DAO space on the conference front and people forming these. I feel like a lot of these members, when joining DAOs, understand the commitment and participation and activation, being active is, and I think that just comes from the crypto profile. Like people in crypto, it's peer-to-peer, decentralized, community-driven. You know, we all do our best for a common goal. What do you think it'll take for DAOs to go mainstream?
I think for DAOs to go mainstream, yeah, that's a really good question, because I think they're going to be sort of a primitive in the crypto world for a long time. I think what's going to happen is we're going to see more DAOs eating into Web 2.0 companies. Right now it's fertile land in Web 3.0, and as this starts to grow, Web 2.0 companies will say, hey, we want to compete too, or Web 3 companies will say that, and we'll start seeing just Web 2.0 companies get demolished because the incentives are totally different. They're not able to compete in the same way and organize with the community. And at the end of the day, like your company is, you know, mainly valued by the community around it. So I think it's going to be a very interesting process how these sort of bleed into the Web 2.0 world and sort of people take notice and say, oh wow, these really are very competitive and very interesting.
What would allow DAOs to go more mainstream? And that could be from an infrastructure part. You said you're part of a DAO, you're contributing to a DAO, supporting DAOs in a variety of ways, right? What would allow these DAOs to continue to go mainstream?
The most important thing for DAOs to come into the mainstream is to get some regulatorily recognized structures. There need to be incorporated into LLCs. They have to have rules and structures. Their governance tokens are ultimately look like securities that need to be registered as such. So there needs to be a structure that supports that, and we have to recognize that DAOs in some ways will look like digital enterprises, and in some ways will look like co-ops or consortia. So there's a lot of work to bring that into kind of a model that we understand. But I think once that happens, it'll be incredibly positive for the industry. And of course, the thing that we see over and over again is we're ready to serve those enterprises sooner than the regulators really are. So we want to try to figure out how we kind of collapse that timeline.
And I think going back to Web 2.0 and FANG, all of these companies really extracting value out of the user. We are the product, right? And now I think DAOs flip that, right? They kind of allow the user to generate its own value. You get out what you put in. They're starting to get paid in tokens. And like you mentioned, human coordination, social scalability. Like, do you see our DAOs scalable? Like, do you think we can, we've governed blockchains through nodes, miners, validators. Can we govern ourselves in these DAOs?
Yeah, and so scale is a DAO, right? The smart contracts that govern the network, that control the economic parameters and inflation and fees and all these things, they actually need to be upgraded through a decentralized multi-sig contract, okay? And there'll be decentralized voting that happens later this year. And so we're believers in that the property of scale, the code is open source and it's owned by everyone. It's owned by anybody who has a scale token. Wow. And the servers, Scale Labs, the foundation behind Scale in Europe, neither one runs a single node in the network because we really believe in decentralization. But you're seeing DAOs work really effectively now across different infrastructure products. Yeah. Now we're seeing them operate in NFTs and different groups that are behind blockchain initiatives. And I think we're literally at the very early stages of seeing DAOs have an impact in the world.
And what do you think is going to be required for them to go even more mainstream?
I think DAOs are incredibly misunderstood, just like the term NFT. Now NFT is an understood thing, even though it's still very misunderstood, but it's come a long ways in the last year. DAOs as well are misunderstood and kind of seen as this like crazy science fiction experiment, but all it is just, it's very simple. DAOs are an act of removing a centralized controller to a system, and instead putting in a set of rules everyone can read openly and agree to, that then act as a coordination tool. And when you do that, you just bring way more value to users and workers, and that's why I believe that user-owned marketplaces and worker-owned marketplaces will absolutely dominate centrally controlled marketplaces.
And what are some other drawbacks that you think need to be solved before DAOs become completely mainstream?
Okay, yeah, it's like a lot of people just put trust in the software. So there's going to be loopholes and that kind of stuff. So we're figuring out like stuff with blockchain now, like would it be Solidity, all these different languages out there, like they're new languages. There's one language that a smart contract language that I really like. It's called Reach out there right now. So Reach is a JavaScript smart contract language. It's got a lot of things built into it, like I would want to believe formal verification of code and some of these things that may not exist in Solidity. What's cool with Reach, again, it's JavaScript pedigree, so like Web 2 people, like it's easier for them to get into it. And any blockchain that Reach supports, which is like I guess Algorand and Ethereum and Complex now, you can do one smart contract and like pretty much one-click deploy on all those. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but it makes it really easy to just do work once and then work with a ton of chains out there. And I know they're adding more and more chains as it exists today. And they're actually at the conference too. And I think we're actually doing a panel with them in a couple hours as well. So it's pretty cool stuff out there. Like, like even just like this, like the fundamentals, the languages and what, the programming languages, like are really going to really bring it up.
Yeah, it's like kind of creating a open market for bidding and kind of levels the playing field for anyone to really bid. What do you think are some of the elements that are holding DAOs back from going mainstream right now?
What do you mean by going mainstream for DAOs? How you can think about this?
In a world where anyone can participate in a DAO.
So first of all, there is a lack of DAO itself. So let's say you want to participate in some DAO, that should be something that you're interested in, right? So I guess in this sense, the stop is not many DAOs now. It's very few actually. So DAOs, very few of them are in place. So probably this in the sense stops, but again, like I don't think that it's something that everyone should be in the DAO. It's not like NFTs, because NFTs, it's like digital content or like some IP that everyone has some posters at least in their room. So it's just they buying these IPs. In the sense, NFT could be interested for like very huge audience. But DAO, it's governance, just participating. It takes energy from you. You should like think about this, make decisions. Usually it's actually a job to make decisions, and usually it's like high-paid jobs. And now, so you have some job. I mean, in mainstream audience guys, they do have something to do each day. So it should be some reason why they enter in the DAO and taking more responsibility for themselves. So yeah, it's not like it should be mainstream. It's kind of, you can have a DAO for your local community for some reason, because you have to, I don't know, do some renovation in your house in co-living or something. So you can launch the DAO, like collect money and then have some voting what to do. So that's cool. So if we're like thinking about this usage for the DAOs in very like basic things, so I guess now what is stopping is just there is no tooling for this. There is no like mobile app. People wouldn't use nowadays. They wouldn't use anything if it's not in mobile. So I guess it should be like nice mobile app and nice kind of free clicks DAO generator or something. So there is no tooling right now. Like DAOs is very, very early.
And what about DAOs going mainstream? You kind of touched on some of it a little bit. What needs to happen for DAOs to go mainstream?
I think there needs to be, kind of basic tooling, that needs to happen where you don't need to be a smart contract forensic specialist in order to deploy a DAO, where you feel like you can deploy a DAO in a very safe environment. And there's like safety net there in case things go wrong. So there needs to be a little bit more tooling to kind of enable that. I think that DAOs, I think there needs to be a killer DAO, right? Just like a killer app where there's a massive organization that is maintained, shown growth, success, broken through mainstream adoption, whatever project they're working on, and that will kind of set the path for other DAOs to follow. I don't think we've seen that yet. I think there could be some seedlings of successful DAOs in the future. It'll be interesting to see in 3 to 5 years. I think the next big project, the Coinbase of crypto, could be a DAO. right? Where it's completely decentralized.
Shapeshift is
and that's an interesting
reversing.
example, right?
Yeah.
They went from a
corporate structure
based in Panama to shifting to a DAO. I think that's interesting. I think that we'll probably see a lot more of those, especially protocol companies, right?
Native to crypto.
Exactly.
And a lot of human coordination to get involved in, you got to kind of be in the know. What is it going to take for DAOs to maybe go more mainstream or mainstream?
Well, I think the DAO will have to be for something that the mainstream cares about. For one, it's very unlikely the first DAO that goes mainstream is going to be for Ethereum, EIPs or something. That seems very unlikely. But once there is a mainstream group that cares about something, maybe this is a game that's run by a DAO, for example, or a social network that's run by a DAO, there's a lot of options for where it could show up. Then you have the question of how do you set up structures and frameworks so that this isn't just 100,000 people in a Discord server and just talking about some governance proposal that one of those 100,000 people made. We'll have to figure out those structures, but once we have there'll be so much opportunity for experimentation that I'm very excited to see which of those structures work and don't, and that will, at least some of those will be able to go mainstream, I think.
And with all that put together, what do you think it'll take for DAOs to go mainstream? And that could be like infrastructure, accessibility, right, to DAOs. How does one get involved? Because it's kind of you need to be in the know a little bit.
Yeah. So I think actually my thesis is that we were talking about NFTs earlier, and if you think about it, like NFT communities are kind of a DAO in a way, right? If you hold punks, for example, basically a separate Discord for punks holders, and that community is basically like a DAO in that sense. So I think actually you need some sort of a crypto gateway drug like NFT, which really gets people into the concept of DAO without really knowing that they're kind of getting into DAO. But as they just kind of talk to their other fellow holders and talk about their interests, that kind of becomes a DAO in itself. And then they will kind of start to realize, oh, these are some of the benefits of DAO. So I do think that's how things will evolve. And I think NFTs will actually play a big role in enabling the mass adoption of DAOs.
And you touched on it a little bit. What I was going to ask is, how can we get DAOs to go more mainstream? And you touched on a little bit was infrastructure, accessibility. Right now you kind of got to be in the know, what's going on. So how do we get DAOs to be more mainstream?
DAOs, anything on chain is going to be a little bit more difficult than doing things not on chain. And so we need the activation energy to get people sort of over that complexity. And it's entirely about interest. How do we get more people to participate in DAOs? My view is if it's going to be on chain, it's going to be a little bit more complicated than if it's not, and therefore we need activation energy to get folks to want to participate. So it's all about interest. We're already starting to see whole new forms of DAOs coming up, whether including DAOs for NFTs and collecting them. But imagine DAOs for fantasy football, right? People are super passionate about that, fantasy sports, and you can provide new classes of experiences and new classes of transparency by doing so. So my sense is the more DAOs that are out there covering more topics that are more inclusive for folks will drive participation.
At the end of the day, it is software and it can be complicated. What do you think will help get DAOs be more mainstream, go mainstream?
Oh, more kids, more entrepreneurs basically saying, I'm all in the crypto sphere. I get the integration of the metaverse with crypto. Web 3.0 is all about new experiences that basically represent self-sovereign agency over what I own, my stuff, my data. And kids are going to intuitively get that. It's going to be hard to explain it to our grandparents, right? But it's going to be easy to explain it to them. And that next generation of entrepreneurs doesn't want to work at a Wall Street bank anymore. This is what they want to do.